Chapter 1810. Then, does this mean the people from the Debussy subterranean were actually abandoned? After listening to Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. That's most likely the case. Hua Lao nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and went to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to the fact that he had reached a bottleneck, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of his room. I wonder how she's doing now that such a thing has happened. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the mystical sky mansion for the sake of the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his disciples. Wang Feixian was also one of Zhu Luqi's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian immediately went to Wang Feixian's residence. However, he discovered that Wang Feixian's residence was empty. She's not here. Duan Lingtian shook his head and prepared to return. At this moment, a few figures flashed past him. These few Heaven Palace's disciples seemed to be in a hurry. While they were on their way, they did not stop talking to each other. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. If we're late, the show will come to an end. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples said in a hurried tone. Come to think of it, they're really innocent. To think that they, as disciples, have to bear the consequences of Lord Palace Master's actions. The few people from the Zhao clan are the best among the Heaven Palace's disciples. It's said that one of them has broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. He's still a Heaven Palace's disciple even though he has broken through to the early eminent saint stage and hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking or the main mansion. For this reason, even if the Zhao clan's disciple is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it's not against the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's direct disciples a lesson. Even Lord Palace Master's direct disciples who have entered the mystical sky ranking and the main mansion can't interfere in today's matter. After all, according to our mystical sky mansion's rules, mystical sky mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion can't take the initiative to fight with the disciples from the four palaces. The few people's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The few Heaven Palace's direct disciples from the Palace Master's direct disciples are the Palace Master's direct disciples from the main mansion? Heaven's heaven, and he hasn't even entered the mystical sky rankings that mean he hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking? To the mystical heaven? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he wants to rely on his eminent saint stage cultivation base to bully the Palace Master's direct disciples. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he followed the few people who were passing by. He did not know the other direct disciples of the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. Even if he heard they were being bullied, he would not interfere. However, he suspected the reason Wang Feixian was not at her residence was most likely because she was with the other direct disciples of Zhu Luqi. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Lingtian was following them. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally approached them and had no intention of hiding his tracks. Senior Brother Lingtian. When the few of them recognized Duan Lingtian, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian might have entered the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where only the strong ones were respected, apart from those who were related by blood, one's age and status would not be determined by one's age. Instead, one's status would be determined by one's strength. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than them, his strength was far above them. Due to this reason, they addressed him as senior brother very sincerely. And at this moment, Duan Lingtian arrived next to the few of them and nodded at them with a smile as a greeting. When the few of them saw Duan Lingtian's smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but sigh emotionally. This senior brother Lingtian did not put on any airs at all. He was unlike those who were slightly more capable and had their eyes on the top of their heads. What did you say earlier about the Palace Master's direct disciple having a conflict with the Zhao clan's disciples? Duan Lingtian asked. Due to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, the few of them had a good impression of him. When faced with his question, the few of them immediately told him everything they knew. As it turned out, The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had used the excuse of cleaning house to bully the few direct disciples under Zhu Luqi. Currently, they had a conflict, and it would not take long before both sides would fight. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as one did not kill or maim someone, there were no restrictions on sparring. Senior brother Ling Tian, you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Fei Xian. I saw her earlier. I'm afraid she'll be at a disadvantage if she's with the Palace Master's direct disciples. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Ling Tian. This Heaven Palace's disciple knew there was going to be a good show, so he came to look for the others and asked them to join in the fun. As expected, she's here. Duan Ling Tian nodded and followed the others to the peak of the Heaven Palace. This was because the people from the Zhao clan and Zhu Luqi's faction were confronting each other at the peak of the Heaven Palace. It would not take long before they started fighting. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he noticed a large group of people had gathered at the peak of the Heaven Palace. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. In the end, there were even Earth Palace's disciples, Mystical Palace's disciples, and even Yellow Palace's disciples who came to watch the show. At the center of the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other at the center of the vast platform. There were 5 people standing on one side. There were 4 people standing on the other side. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 4 people standing side by side. He noticed Wang Feixian was there as well. At this moment, Wang Feixian was glaring at the 5 people in front of her. They were also the 5 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji. Then, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhao Ji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji, I've already made it clear that everything Master has done has nothing to do with us. We had no idea beforehand. Not only that, but Lord Xin Pingsheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also informed us that the mystical Sky Mansion won't implicate us for our Master's mistake. A sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Wang Feixian said in a deep voice, Honggang, everyone knows how to play nice. What evidence do you have to prove that all of you have nothing to do with this matter? I really suspect that the reason Zhu Luqi was able to escape from the 2 guardians' pursuit is most likely because all of you are his spies. Zhao Ji said with narrowed eyes. The 4 people before him were the disciples of his partner, Zhu Luqi. If it was any other time, he would not have offended Zhu Luqi even if he only cooperated with Zhu Luqi because of benefits. However, the reason he was here today was because his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to do so. According to his grandfather, Zhao Jian had asked him to lead some men to teach these few direct disciples of Zhu Luqi a lesson. As the saying went, a son must repay a father's debt. Although Zhu Luqi was not their father, a master was like a father and a mother, so he could be considered as their father. Zhao Ji knew very well that his grandfather had made such a decision because he wanted Zhu Luqi to reveal some clues so he could capture Zhu Luqi. Although it was not very realistic, it was better to try than not try. You're lying. We had no idea what Master had done beforehand. Zhao Ji, don't slander us. At this moment, it was not only Hong Gang and the other 2, but even Wang Feixian's expression had changed. Zhao Ji's accusation was too harsh. He actually accused them of being spies. Young Master Ji, why are you wasting your breath on them? Since they're unwilling to admit it, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their traitorous master. Let's see if they can still be as stubborn as they are now. The curly-bearded middle-aged man behind Zhao Ji grinned. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Hong Gang, Wang Feixian, and the other 2. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave as he said angrily, Zhao Kuan, if it wasn't for your good luck that made you break through to the eminent saint stage before me, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I, Hong Gang, will swear that if you dare to touch a single strand of hair on me, my junior brother and my junior sister, I'll definitely not let you off the hook when I break through to the eminent saint stage. Before Zhao Kuan had broken through, although his strength was not bad, he was still defeated by Hong Gang. Now that Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage before him, he was in such a passive position. I don't know when you'll break through to the eminent saint stage. All I know is that you, Hong Gang, will have to obediently kneel in front of me, Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan chuckled strangely as though he was a villain who had gotten his way. Young Master Ji, Although Zhao Kuren wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still asked for instructions when he remembered Zhao Ji was present. When Zhao Kuren saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, his body jolted before he stomped on the ground and charged toward Hong Gang like a storm. The air trembled in his wake as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a gust of wind swept out from Zhao Kuren's body, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. Hong Gang is nothing in front of senior brother Zhao Ji, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Hee. Let alone Hong Gang, even if he joins forces with the other 3 people next to him, there's still no match for senior brother Zhao Kuren. With senior brother Zhao Kuren here, there's no need for us to make a move at all. The other 3 people next to Zhao Ji stood at the side and watched the show as well. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Be careful, senior brother. When Zhao Kuren charged toward Hong Gang, horror dawned on Wang Feixian and the other 2 people. At the same time, the 3 of them made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kuren as well. Although their senior brother Hong Gang was strong, he was no match for Zhao Kuren, who had broken through to the eminent saint stage. You want to join forces? Then, I'll let all of you join forces and receive my palm strike. Chapter 1811. After Zhao Kuren had broken through to the eminent saint stage, his true origin had undergone a tremendous change as well. At the very least, compared to the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, the true origin at the early eminent saint stage was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Faced with the joint attack of Hong Gang, Wang Feixian, and the other 3, Zhao Kuren raised his hand and slapped his palm down. His vast true origin rumbled and transformed into a palm print that was the size of a small hill that enveloped Hong Gang and the other 3. Hong Gang and the other 3 consolidated their territories with their true origins and resisted with all their might without holding back at all. At this moment, it was impossible for them to hold back even if they wanted to. This was because they were facing an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party had just broken through to the eminent saint stage, he was already an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although there was only one step between the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage, the difference between the 2 was like the difference between a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage was a fish, then the early eminent saint stage was a dragon that had crossed the dragon's gate. Boom! As Zhao Kuren's palm slammed down, the territories that Hong Gang and the other 3 managed to form with great difficulty were instantly destroyed by Zhao Kuren's palm print like a broken wall. Other than their territories, their techniques and true origins were also completely crushed by Zhao Kuren's palm print. At this moment, Zhao Kuren was fighting against 4 refined saint stage martial cultivators by himself. He was completely oppressing his opponents by beating them up. Bang, 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 bang. Hong Gang and the other 3 were engulfed by Zhao Kuren's palm wind and were sent flying before crashing onto the ground in a wretched manner. Their originally rosy faces had turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Faced with Zhao Kuren, who had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, they were still unable to withstand a single blow even when they attacked together. How powerful! So this is the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse? A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, 2 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, and 1 powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even when the 4 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Zhao Kuren. A few days ago, Zhao Kuren was defeated by Hong Gang. A few days later, when facing the joint forces of Hong Gang and 3 other people, he defeated Hong Gang and the others with just a single strike. The difference between now and then is really shocking. Zhao Kuren's breakthrough to the eminent saint stage is like a fish that has leaped through the dragon gate. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they came back to their senses one by one. Their gazes all landed on Zhao Kuren, and their tones were filled with emotions. Unable to withstand a single blow, Zhao Kuren looked down at Hong Gang and the other 3 with a condescending gaze, his face full of disdain. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards the 4 severely injured people who had been sent flying. He seemed to want to do something. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Kuren in a timely manner. blocking his path. That's enough. The person glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Tian. The person who blocked Zhao Kuan's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nameless brat who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. When Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes could not help but widen. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, the first thing that came to his mind was how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice in public. Then, he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had kicked him out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, causing him to miss the Divine Ability Relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If there was someone he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Ling Tian. Moreover, he was eager to cultivate the devouring Dark Devil technique and raise his strength quickly. Part of the reason was to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is he trying to stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I've never heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hee. Don't forget that Ling Tian and the Zhao clan are like fire and water. Before entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he had already slapped Zhao Ji twice in public and humiliated him. After entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he even kicked out Zhao Ji, who had just entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone 3 days ago. Then, he even kicked out the other 3 disciples from the Zhao clan. To him, the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him even if he doesn't show up today. I know that. However, even if the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him, it seems a little irrational for him to stand up for him at this time, right? Zhao Kuan is not Zhao Ji. He's at the eminent saint stage. Don't forget that although Ling Tian and Hong Gang aren't friends, he's quite close to Wang Feixian. I've seen them together a lot in the past. I'm sure their relationship isn't that simple. I almost forgot about Wang Feixian. Ling Tian is really angry because of a beauty. Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian was originally in a bad mood because she was injured by Zhao Kuan. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in time to stop Zhao Kuan, her mood was lifted. When she heard the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. Ling Tian? You're Ling Tian? Originally, Zhao Kuan was very angry when he saw someone blocking in front of him. However, when he heard the people around him say that the young man in front of him was Ling Tian, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard about the Lord Guardian of their Zhao clan saying whoever could kill Ling Tian would become his adopted son or daughter. Everyone in the Zhao clan had gone crazy because of this. Many people even kept their eyes on Ling Tian and kept an eye on him. They were waiting for Ling Tian to come out, or how to lure Ling Tian out so they could kill him. Right now, Ling Tian was right in front of him, so close to him. How could he not feel excited? Do I know you? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kuan looking at him as though he had seen a peerless treasure, he asked with a frown on his face. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. It's fine as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as calmly as possible and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Do you intend to stand up for them at this moment?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Kuan and did not reply to him. Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Zhao Kuan did not seem to mind Duan Ling Tian's disregard at all. He continued to say to Duan Ling Tian, "It's fine if you want to stand up for them. I'll give you a chance. What do you think? This chance will allow you to stand up for them and vent their anger." "I'd like to hear the details." Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His tone was as calm as usual. "Think about it. If you fight with me here, even if you're stronger than me, you can only injure me. You won't be able to kill or maim me. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the Hall of Life and Death and have a Hall of Life and Death Elder be our witness. We'll sign a death pact and fight to our heart's content. What do you think?" Zhao Kuan said patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be filled with temptation. "At that time, even if you kill me, You won't violate the mansion's rules and won't be punished by the enforcement hall. Hall of life and death. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew what kind of place Zhao Kuan was talking about. In the mystical sky mansion, whether it was the main mansion, Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, or Yellow Palace, there was a hall of life and death in each of them. The Hall of Life and Death was a place for Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to settle their grudges. As long as two Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed a death pact, they would be able to have a death duel without being bound by the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. Usually, only two people who had great enmity with each other would go to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a death pact. However, Zhao Kuan actually suggested for him to sign a death pact with him. Hall of Life and Death. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the other people present on the scene were also dumbfounded. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent at this moment. Zhao Kuan actually invited Lingtian to a death duel. He wanted to kill Lingtian? This was the same thought that appeared in everyone's mind. This Zhao Kuan. He wants to use this opportunity to kill Lingtian. What a good plan. He actually wants to kill Lingtian legitimately to avenge the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Lingtian whether he agrees or not. If I'm Lingtian, I definitely won't agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kuan suggested this, he must be confident he'll win. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian, everyone present, including Zhao Kuan, did not think Duan Lingtian would agree to it. What? You don't dare to? Zhao Kuan sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kuan. At this moment, Zhao Ji sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kuan and said coldly, "Stop your foolish actions. I want to kill Lingtian with my own hands." Although he did not think Lingtian would agree to Zhao Kuan's death duel invitation, he could not help but stop Zhao Kuan just to be safe. If it was in the past, he would not have minded Lingtian being killed by Zhao Kuan. However, now that he was about to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, it would only take him 1 or 2 years to surpass Lingtian. For this reason, he did not want to borrow someone else's hand to kill Lingtian. He wanted to kill Lingtian with his own hands to avenge the hatred from the past. For this reason, he even decided to ask his grandfather to revoke the order to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Kuan did not expect Zhao Ji would send him a voice transmission to warn him not to provoke Duan Lingtian and not to make a move on Duan Lingtian. You want to kill him with your own hands? Do you have the strength to do so? Chapter 1812. Although Zhao Kuan did not dare to question Zhao Ji, he did not intend to bother with him. What a joke. The opportunity to kill Lingtian was right in front of him. Unless he was crazy, he would not give up on this opportunity. Once he killed Lingtian in the Hall of Death, he would become the godson of Zhao Jin, the strongest person in the Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he was not on par with Zhao Deng, he would still be higher than the others. Even Zhao Ji would have to address him as uncle when they met. When Zhao Kuan thought of that, he felt a little smug. How could he be in the mood to bother with Zhao Ji? Actually, it's fine if you don't dare to. I understand, Zhao Kuan said with a faint smile when he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though it was fine if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his invitation to a death duel. However, his smile was despicable no matter how one looked at it. His eyes were filled with condescending contempt and disdain. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kuan continued to say as though he was still not satisfied, to be able to give birth to such a cowardly son. I'm sure your parents must be cowards as well. In my opinion, you shouldn't be called Lingtian. You should be called Shu Tian instead. If Zhao Kuan's previous words were considered polite, his current words were undoubtedly provoking Duan Lingtian and provoking Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan could not help but laugh out loud. Shu Tian? That's a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It sounds much better than Lingtian. When Zhao Kuan thought about the benefits he would obtain after killing Duan Lingtian, he no longer cared about anything else. Zhao Kuan, what are you doing? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhao Kuan. He did not expect Zhao Kuan would dare to disobey him and look down on him. However, even though his voice was stern, Zhao Kuan still ignored him. Currently, Zhao Kuan was only thinking about how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of the Zhao clan. Today, not to mention Zhao Ji, even if Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was here, he wouldn't even bat an eye. No one could stop Zhao Kuan's path to the heavens. Following Zhao Kuan's words, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Duan Ling Tian. They all wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian would react. Isn't this Zhao Kuan too ruthless? Not only did he want Duan Ling Tian to go to the Hall of Life and Death with him, he even used such a despicable method to enrage Ling Tian. That's right. This method is too despicable. He wants to make Ling Tian lose his mind and accept his life and death battle invitation. Ling Tian must have seen through his intentions. He probably won't fall for it. However, the thoughts of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were destined to be their own. If Zhao Kuan had only insulted Duan Ling Tian, he would not be bothered. Naturally, if he did not care about Zhao Kuan, he would definitely accept Zhao Kuan's life and death battle invitation. However, Zhao Kuan actually insulted his parents with his words. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would definitely die. Duan Ling Tian's parents were his reverse scale, especially his mother. In his eyes, she was even more important than his own life. However, today, she was insulted by a rascal. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian really had the urge to charge forward and kill Zhao Kuan with one slap. In the end, his rationality reminded him to remain calm. If he killed Zhao Kuan just like that, he would undoubtedly violate the mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew he was not a match for the enforcement hall of mystical Sky Mansion with his current strength. For this reason, he chose to remain calm. Naturally, the calmness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes was the calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Zhao Kuan, Duan Ling Tian was not calm at all. This was because Duan Ling Tian was angered by Zhao Kuan's words to the point his eyes turned cold. He could no longer maintain his calm. Ling Tian seems to be very angry. Of course, it would be strange if he's not angry when Zhao Kuan insulted his parents. If someone insulted your parents, would you still be able to remain calm? Of course not. I must kill him. At this moment, more and more people began to wonder if Duan Ling Tian would be able to maintain his rationality and reject Zhao Kuan's life and death battle invitation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold, as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian stepped out and left the peak of the Heaven Palace. He agreed? When Duan Ling Tian's words entered everyone's ears, most of them were stunned. Ling Tian agreed to Zhao Kuan's life and death battle invitation? That should be the case. Based on his words, it seems like he's going to the Hall of Death now. No way. He agreed just like that? Isn't he a little too rash? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps Ling Tian's parents are his bottom line. Even if he knows he'll die, he'll still fight for his parents. I won't comment on Ling Tian today. However, I admire his filial piety. He's seeking his own death. He's seeking his own death. Amidst the discussions, the group of people on the peak of the Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Naturally, there were also some people who flew away. It was obvious they wanted to inform the others to come and watch the show. Let alone the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Even the few halls of death in the mystical Sky Mansion did not have a single mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had entered to sign a death pact in the past 2 years. For this reason, there was no doubt many people were interested in the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan today. Even some of the famous mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show when they heard about this. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was filled with people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. The person who was walking slowly on this path toward the Hall of Death was none other than Duan Ling Tian, junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the crowd and blocked Duan Ling Tian's path. Don't be rash. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Hong Gang, who had rushed over with Wang Feixian. Due to the fact that he had suffered quite a serious injury earlier, his face was still extremely pale. He had forced himself to rush over to Duan Lingtian and block his path. In his opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian had accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to a death duel was all because of him and his junior brother and junior sister. Due to this reason, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Hong Gang. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Wang Feixian had also rushed over and appeared next to Hong Gang. She immediately asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Previously, when you were in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, you displayed a speed that's comparable to an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse. Are you really confident you can win the battle with Zhao Kuan? I believe you won't lose your mind even if Zhao Kuan provoked you like that." From the beginning until the end, Wang Feixian felt Duan Lingtian would not have accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to the death duel if he was not confident he could win. However, at this moment, she could not help but want to confirm it. He'll definitely die today. Upon hearing Wang Feixian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. At the same time, he replied to Wang Feixian through voice transmission. "I understand." Wang Feixian nodded. She was about to call out to Hong Gang and ask him to move aside so he would not block Duan Lingtian's path. However, before Wang Feixian could say anything, a sneer sounded in the air. "What's wrong? Don't tell me both of you want to sign a death duel pact and have a death duel with me as well?" The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kuan, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were directed at Wang Feixian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. "Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Lingtian will definitely kill him. Let's go." At the same time, Wang Feixian also spoke to Hong Gang through voice transmission before she led Hong Gang away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. "At least you know what's good for you." When Zhao Kuan saw Wang Feixian and Hong Gang making way for him, he, naturally, thought they were afraid of him. He smirked smugly. The group of people in the surroundings naturally thought the same as well. "Little junior sister, did you just say Lingtian will be able to kill him?" Hong Gang, who was still in a daze when he was brought away from Duan Lingtian by Wang Feixian, finally regained his senses. His eyes were wide open as he asked Wang Feixian in a low voice, "Don't worry, senior brother. Lingtian won't do anything he's not confident in. I know him." Wang Feixian replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue as her cheeks flushed red. However, Hong Gang was not in the mood to appreciate this. Wang Feixian's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head, causing his mind to go blank. He only regained his senses after a long time. When he regained his senses, his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't Lingtian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Otherwise, why would junior sister say he won't do anything he's not confident in? Just like how Wang Feixian believed in Lingtian, he also believed in his little junior sister. Although he hadn't known this junior sister of his for long, he knew that this junior sister of his was definitely not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Soon after, the other two disciples of Zhu Luqi arrived as well. Is Lingtian confident in winning? When they learned from Wang Feixian that Duan Lingtian was confident in winning the death duel, they were also stunned. However, despite their shock, they still chose to believe in their little junior sister before them. Usually, nobody would come to the Hall of Life and Death. However, the sudden appearance of so many people shocked the Heaven Palace's elder who was guarding the place. When he walked out of the Hall of Life and Death, he instantly learned about what had happened from the people around him. "The two of you are going to sign the death pact?" Chapter 1813. Yes, elder. Zhao Kuan was arrogant and conceited in front of Duan Lingtian, but he was as docile as a cat in front of the Heaven Palace's elder from the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the Heaven Palace's elder's question. "You're Lingtian?" It was apparent the Heaven Palace's elder was more interested in Duan Lingtian than he was in Zhao Kuan. He merely glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently before focusing all his attention on Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Kuan saw this, His eyes flashed coldly. What a senseless old man. Don't you know Ling Tian is going to die soon? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that regardless of strength or innate talent, he would never be able to catch up to Ling Tian. Although his current cultivation base was higher than Ling Tian, how old was Ling Tian compared to him? There was no comparison at all. When Duan Ling Tian saw the Heaven Palace's elder looking at him, he could no longer nod. He smiled faintly and said, I'm Ling Tian. I heard your current cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he has already broken through to the early imminent saint stage a few days ago. Do you really want to sign a death pact with him and have a death duel? The Heaven Palace's elder asked. This time, before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Zhao Kuan could not help but interject, Elder, as the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, your duty should be to witness us signing a death pact, right? As for the other matters, it's none of your business, right? At this moment, even if he risked offending this Heaven Palace's elder, he had to speak up. Who knew if Ling Tian would change his mind if the elder continued to persuade him? If he changed his mind, who would he cry to? He was prepared to kill Ling Tian and look for the Lord Guardian of his Zhao clan to claim his reward. Zhao Kuan, are you questioning me? As the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, this Heaven Palace's elder was, naturally, not someone to be trifled with. When he looked at Zhao Kuan again, his eyes gleamed fiercely. Zhao Kuan wouldn't dare. Zhao Kuan quickly lowered his head, but he continued to say, as the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Elder, please do your job properly and don't interfere too much. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. The Heavenly Hall's elder did not expect Zhao Kuan to be so presumptuous. His face immediately darkened. It's not his place to tell you what to do. But is it my place to tell you what to do? Just as many people felt that Zhao Kuan was about to run out of luck, a voice rang out from afar. The voice was filled with majesty, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to know who dared to speak to the person in charge of the Heavenly Palace's Hall of Life and Death in such a manner. Father. Among the people present, Zhao Ji was the first to recognize the voice without turning around. After recognizing him, Zhao Ji turned around with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He flew toward the middle-aged man who was flying over from afar and joined up with him. It's Vice Principal Zhao Deng. I didn't expect Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng to come as well. It seems like the battle between Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan is going to be very interesting. If they find out Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng has personally come, those who didn't come will definitely regret it. After recognizing Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was shocked as they began to discuss among themselves. Zhao Deng? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. He did not expect this fellow to come as well. What was he doing here? Was he here to watch the show and see how he would be killed by Zhao Kuan? Unfortunately, he would most likely be disappointed. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the same time, another loud voice resonated from afar as a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Senior brother Gu Li. When Duan Lingtian saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on his face. He did not expect Gu Li to come as well. Vice Mansion Master Zhao actually came as well. It seems like Vice Mansion Master Zhao is looking forward to this battle as well. When Gu Li arrived outside the Hall of Death, he immediately looked at Zhao Deng and took the initiative to greet him. I just came to have a look. Zhao Deng replied nonchalantly. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of identity, excluding his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he and Gu Li were both the sons of guardians. In terms of innate talent, he was not comparable to Gu Li. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Gu Li. However, this was because he was older than Gu Li. When Gu Li reached his current age, he would only be stronger than him. Moreover, after a few years, Gu Li would most likely surpass him. Due to this reason, he could not ignore Gu Li's greeting. Gu Li nodded before he soared into the air and arrived next to Duan Lingtian. However, the first person he greeted was not Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was the Heaven Palace's elder, the person in charge of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Junior Uncle Chang, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as young as before. You're still the same as before. You like to be glib-tongued. I heard you're now the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. Not bad. The Heaven Palace's elder replied to Gu Li with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, this is junior uncle Cheng Yun. He can be considered as my father's junior brother. His master is the senior brother of my grandmaster. At this moment, Gu Li introduced Duan Ling Tian to him. Elder Cheng, I didn't know your senior brother Gu's junior uncle. Please forgive me for my earlier offense. After learning about this Heaven Palace's elder's other identity, Duan Ling Tian was only stunned for a moment before he took the initiative to cup his hands together and apologize. Earlier, when Cheng Yun took the initiative to remind him that he was not a match for Zhao Kuan, he was puzzled. He did not know this Heaven Palace's elder at all. Why would he be so kind as to remind him? Now that Duan Ling Tian found out Cheng Yun was Gu Li's junior uncle, realization dawned on him. He believed Cheng Yun must have known about his friendship with Gu Li, otherwise he would not have reminded him. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, Zhao Kuan, who was standing at the side, naturally thought of this as well. His expression turned grave immediately as he prayed in his heart that nothing would happen later. This Ling Tian must definitely sign a life and death contract with him. He must not go back on his words at the critical moment. If Duan Ling Tian went back on his words and refused to sign a death pact with him, he would not dare to kill Duan Ling Tian in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, even if he wanted to. Elder Cheng, since they're here to sign a death pact, why don't you take the death pact out and let them sign it? I really want to see the fierce battle as soon as possible. I believe it'll be an exciting battle. At the same time, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji over and said as he looked at Cheng Yun. In other words, he was urging Cheng Yun to quickly take out the death pact and let Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan sign it. Father. The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth and Cheng Yun was looking at Gu Li, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhao Deng's ears. Zhao Deng could tell it was his son's voice transmission. Jier, what's wrong? Father, quickly order Zhao Kuan to go back on his words. Don't let him sign the death pact. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice, and his tone was filled with urging. Why? Zhao Deng was puzzled. Didn't you want Ling Tian to die since a long time ago? If he signs the death pact today, he'll definitely die if he faces Zhao Kuan, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. I know. I just don't want Ling Tian to die now. Father, I want to kill Ling Tian personally. I don't want to rely on others. Zhao Ji said again. Jier, are you out of your mind? When your grandfather gave the order to kill Ling Tian, you were very supportive. Why are you going back on your words now? Zhao Deng was puzzled. He did not know if his son had taken the wrong medicine. Naturally, Zhao Ji did not take the wrong medicine. The reason he changed so much was because he did not have any hope of surpassing Duan Ling Tian. However, now that he was about to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, he would be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian in 1 or 2 years. For this reason, he did not want to rely on others to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, could he tell his father what was on his mind? Father, my cultivation has slowed down a lot recently. I think it has something to do with Ling Tian. I'm worried that if I don't kill Ling Tian with my own hands, my cultivation will be greatly affected. Zhao Ji came up with a clumsy excuse. Jier, I know you want to take revenge with your own hands. However, with your innate talent, the gap between you and Ling Tian will only grow bigger and bigger in the future. In the end, even your grandfather and I won't be able to suppress him, let alone you. Zhao Deng said, that's why you shouldn't be so stubborn. Just let Zhao Kuan kill him. As for the problem with your cultivation, it's not a problem at all. The main thing is that you'll be happy if Ling Tian dies. Once you're happy, the efficiency of your cultivation will naturally increase. Trust me, I've been there before. Zhao Deng finished speaking in one breath. No matter what excuses Zhao Ji came up with, Zhao Deng had no intention of stopping Zhao Kuan. In the end, Zhao Ji almost blurted out the devouring dark devil technique. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back at the last moment. While Zhao Deng and his son were conversing through voice transmission, Cheng Yun also conversed with Gu Li through voice transmission. He hoped that Gu Li would persuade Duan Ling Tian to go back on his word and not sign the death pact with Duan Ling Tian. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian had a chance of winning. Gu Li also asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. After receiving Duan Lingtian's firm reply, Guli said to Qing Yun, Junior Uncle Cheng, don't worry. Junior brother Ling Tian won't do anything he's not confident in. Take out the death pact. Although Qing Yun did not know why Guli trusted Duan Lingtian so much, he knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. After all, the person in question was much calmer than him. For this reason, when Zhao Deng looked at him again and was about to urge him, he quickly took out the death pact. Boom! The death pact in the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death was a gigantic stone tablet that fell to the ground with a loud bang. At first glance, one could see rows and rows of words were densely engraved on it. It was the content of the death pact. At the bottom of the stone tablet, there were 2 empty spots. Both of you will have to place your palm on it once, and this death pact will be considered complete. Chapter 1814. Bang! The moment Cheng Yun's words left his mouth, Zhao Kuan made his move at lightning speed. He struck his palm out in the air and left a deep palm print on the Death Pact stone tablet, establishing the Death Pact. After Zhao Kuan withdrew his hand, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes. Naturally, there was also a hint of anxiety in his heart. Now that things had come to this point, if Ling Tian went back on his word, everything he had done would be for naught. Will Ling Tian really establish a death pact with Zhao Kuan? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were watching the battle looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. At this moment, their hearts were in their mouths. Bang! It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian striking the death pact stone tablet with his palm that the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples finally felt at ease. After they felt at ease, many of them narrowed their eyes. Some of them could not help but gasp. Ling Tian actually signed a life and death contract. Is he not afraid of death? Although his strength is not bad, and he can be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the refined saint stage, no matter how powerful a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage is, it's impossible for him to be a match for an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. That's right. If Zhao Kuan hasn't broken through to the eminent saint stage, he might not be a match for him. However, the problem is Zhao Kuan has already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. Even Hong Gang, who was stronger than him previously, is like a chicken in front of him. He can't even withstand a single blow. I really don't know what Ling Tian is thinking. He knows it's a trap, but he still wants to jump into it. Rashness is the devil. I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to die here today. Outside the Hall of Death, voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. However, none of those who spoke thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Ling Tian, they don't think highly of you at all. Guli transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Hints of mockery could be heard in his voice. How do you feel after hearing their words? Do you wish you could explain yourself? That's not necessary. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied, the truth will shut them up. It seems that you are very confident. Guli took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said, in fact, even Guli was not sure whether Duan Lingtian could fight with Zhao Kuan, who had broken through to the Great Sage Realm. However, since this was Duan Lingtian's choice, and he trusted Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of stopping him. Could it be that junior brother Ling Tian has also broken through to the Great Sage Realm? Guli narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's been a long time since the mystical Sky Mansion was so lively. At the same time, Zhao Deng spoke with a smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Today, I hope that the two of you can show us all your strength and bring us an exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger. Since you've already made a death pact, there's no need to hold back. Let's fight to our heart's content. One must admit that as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng was indeed capable. The moment his words left his mouth, it caused the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene to feel their blood boiling. It was as though they were the ones who had made the death pact and not Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan. Hermph! When Zhao Ji saw that even his father did not believe him, he was so angry that he snorted before he turned around and left. Naturally, he only left Zhao Deng's side. He did not leave the Hall of Death. Even if Ling Tian was going to die, he still wanted to witness the battle with his own eyes. Since the death pact has been made, both of you can choose a place to have the death pact. The person in charge of the Hall of Death, Elder Qingyun of the Heaven Palace, said to Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan. Lingtian, I'll let you have this opportunity. You can choose a place with good feng shui to be your grave. Zhao Kuan smiled evilly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words and actions, it was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. A few days ago, Zhao Kuan had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. He was not afraid of Ling Tian, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Even the most outstanding young genius in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland might not be able to break through to the eminent saint stage after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Due to this reason, Zhao Kuan did not even think about the possibility of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Apart from Zhao Kuan, even Zhao Ding and the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to break through to the early eminent saint stage from the mastery refined saint stage in just a year. This was almost impossible. Naturally, there were also people who suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Feixian and Gu Li. They suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Feixian, in particular, had seen Duan Lingtian's speed that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse in the Saint Martial Secret Zone half a year ago. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian told her he had not. Naturally, Wang Feixian did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Give it to me? Choose a place with good feng shui to be my grave? Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face at this moment, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhao Kuan's expression changed. He felt as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. He was instantly infuriated. There's no need for you to prepare my grave. However, it seems like it's not suitable for you to be buried here. Otherwise, you'll tarnish the pure land of the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian said calmly in the beginning. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he began to speak rapidly. Just when almost everyone, including Zhao Kuan, thought Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant, Duan Lingtian finally made his move. In just an instant, the Sun True Origin on Duan Lingtian's body soared. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, it was as though he had transformed into a blazing sun that was moving rapidly. Before everyone had time to react, that blazing sun had already overlapped with Zhao Kuan's body. Be careful. Among the people present on the scene, Zhao Deng was the strongest. Due to this reason, he was the first to react and reminded Zhao Kuan. This was because he discovered that Ling Tian, whom the Zhao clan viewed as their mortal enemy, had also broken through to the eminent saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Even an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be as fast as him. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Zhao Kuan was most likely not a match for Ling Tian at all. Whoosh! While Zhao Deng was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of Zhao Kuan. Just like what Zhao Deng had seen, the speed he displayed earlier was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, Zhao Kuan only regained his senses when he appeared in front of him. How fast? This was Zhao Kuan's first reaction when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's speed had even surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuan did not have time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast. His consciousness immediately urged the true origin in his body to gush out through the dozens of saint veins in his body. It was as though he could only feel safe when he was surrounded by true origin. Unfortunately, he had too few saint veins. At the very least, it was pitifully few compared to the saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body. If he had 99 saint veins like Duan Lingtian, his true origin would have already broken out of his body in just a blink of an eye. However, when his true origin was still halfway there, Duan Lingtian's right hand that contained the Sun True Origin had already landed on his shoulder like an eagle's claw. With a loud crack, his shoulder was crushed. At the same time, Zhao Kuan only felt a wave of vast energy sweeping out from Duan Lingtian's hand and surging into his body. It directly crushed the true origin that he had yet to mobilize. The intense pain, accompanied by the crushing of the true origin in his body, caused Zhao Kuan's mood to drop from heaven to hell in an instant. At that moment, if he still did not realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far above his, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Spare! Zhao Kuan opened his mouth in pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Duan Lingtian had already brought him out of the Hall of Life and Death in Sky Palace. They arrived in the void not far away, and below them was a bottomless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew the sun's true origin in his body, allowing him and Zhao Kuan's figures to be clearly reflected in the crowd's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Spare, spare. Lingtian, senior brother. At some point, Duan Lingtian's hand that was grabbing Zhao Kuan's shoulder had already moved to Zhao Kuan's neck. Zhao Kuan kept struggling, but he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's control at all. He could only desperately beg for mercy, and his face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. It was not that Zhao Kuan did not mobilize the true origin in his body, but every time his true origin was mobilized, it would be shattered by the power that Duan Lingtian poured into his body. Duan Lingtian's power invaded his body domineeringly and took over the magpie's nest. In order to do this to him, an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the person who made the move must at least be in existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage. Only the true origin of an existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage could crush his true origin. Intermediate eminent saint stage. This Ling Tian is an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Zhao Kuan, who was in despair, kept shouting silently in his heart. He regretted it. He really regretted it. If God gave him a chance to start over, he would never take the initiative to provoke this Ling Tian. Even if he could become the foster son of their Zhao clan's Lord Guardian after killing this Ling Tian, he would not have any thoughts about this Ling Tian. This was because the other party was not someone he could deal with at all. Silence. It was dead silent outside the Hall of Life and Death. In fact, other than Zhao Kuan's begging for mercy, no other sound could be heard in the surrounding area at this time. After a while, some people regained their senses one after another and looked at the scene in the distance with their mouths agape. Hiss, 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 hiss. Chapter 1815. How's this possible? The scene before him continuously assaulted Zhao Ji's eyes, causing his emotions to surge. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Initially, he thought Ling Tian would die in Zhao Kuan's hands today since Zhao Kuan had already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. It was impossible for Ling Tian to break through to the eminent saint stage. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was impossible for Ling Tian to break through to the eminent saint stage. Put everything else aside, just the strength Ling Tian displayed earlier was 100% at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as just breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Did he not see how Zhao Kuan did not even have the strength to fight back and was toyed with by him? This Ling Tian must be eliminated. Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that this was the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would have made his move and killed Ling Tian. The enmity between their Zhao clan and Ling Tian had long been established. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Naturally, he did not want Ling Tian to grow stronger. Once a young man with such monstrous innate talent grew up, let alone him, even his father would be trampled by this young man one day. Junior brother Ling Tian. Guli stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, it was only natural he could see Duan Lingtian's speed earlier. Although it was not as fast as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators. When did he break through to the eminent saint stage? I've never heard him mention it before. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding things from me. Guli did not know when, but a hint of bitterness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He really has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Humph. To think he lied to me and said he didn't break through. Wang Feixian let out a sigh of relief and snorted. Hong Gang and the other two direct disciples of Zhu Luqi, who were standing next to him, were dumbstruck. Ling Tian has actually broken through to the eminent saint stage? No wonder he dared to accept Zhao Kuen's deathmatch invitation. It turns out that he's not afraid of Zhao Kuen at all. I'm afraid his strength isn't as simple as having just broken through to the eminent saint stage. In front of him, Zhao Kuen doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Hong Gang sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly said, "The person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, the Heaven Palace's elder Qing Yun, was also looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 40 years old. With his current strength, he can be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in the Debussy subterranean." At the same time, the other mystical sky mansion's disciples also regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Not long ago, all of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the truth was right before their eyes. All of them could not help but feel embarrassed. They felt their previous thoughts were extremely foolish. Under such an atmosphere, the scene fell silent for a while. Mercy? When the scene fell silent, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated clearly in the air. He was speaking to Zhao Kuen, whose neck he was choking. "Earlier, when you insulted me, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? When you insulted my parents, did you ever think of begging me for mercy?" Duan Lingtian's voice gradually turned cold. "If I'm not as strong as you, would you have let me go in today's deathmatch?" Duan Lingtian asked 3 questions in a row, causing Zhao Kuen to be rendered speechless. "Humph." At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Zhao Deng had soared up into the air and was flying away. It was obvious he was preparing to leave. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, save me." Zhao Kuren became anxious when he saw Zhao Deng was about to leave. He struggled with all his might to beg for help. When everyone's eyes landed on Zhao Deng, he came to a halt and turned around to look at Zhao Kuen indifferently. "Zhao Kuen, you're the one who initiated the death match. You're also the one who signed the death pact first. Let alone me, even if my father is here, he won't be able to save you. If we save you, what's the point of the mystical sky mansion's Hall of Death? What's the point of the death pact?" Zhao Deng's words were filled with righteousness. Many of the mystical sky mansion's disciples nodded in agreement. They felt Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master, was sensible and did not break the rules of the Hall of Death just because Zhao Kuen was from the Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng noticed the change in the gazes of the mystical sky mansion's disciples, he knew he had achieved his goal. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. These were the last words Zhao Deng left for Zhao Kuen before he left. After Zhao Deng left, Zhao Kuen's eyes were filled with despair. His head twitched violently a few times as his aura weakened. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Kuen was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he waved his hand and sent Zhao Kuen flying. In the next instant, hundreds of sword rays shot out of his body and pierced through Zhao Kuen's body, turning Zhao Kuen's body into a beehive. Duan Lingtian was never merciful to his enemies. Moreover, this was an enemy who had insulted his parents. When Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Wang Feixian left side by side, the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples outside the Hall of Death finally regained their senses. "Too strong. I can't believe our mystical sky mansion has such a monster. Has there ever been an eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the history of the Debussy subterranean? I don't think so." Ling Tian's cultivation base must have broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Zhao Kuen so easily. That's right. Zhao Kuen is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, but he was completely powerless in front of him. I don't believe he has just broken through to the eminent saint stage. However, how did Ling Tian cultivate? How did he raise his cultivation base to such a level in such a short period of time? Among the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples, there were some famous powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking. They were at the eminent saint stage, so they had their own understanding of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Although I've broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage recently, even if I unleash my full strength, my speed is still far from Ling Tian's. Although Ling Tian's strength is not at the mastery eminent saint stage, he can still be considered as one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. An intermediate eminent saint stage mystical sky mansion's disciple said. He was a renowned existence on the mystical sky ranking, so his words were very persuasive. Gradually, everyone was able to confirm one thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Intermediate eminent saint stage? In the crowd, Zhao Ji had yet to leave. When he heard the exclamations around him, his expression turned even graver. I can't believe his cultivation speed is so fast. If it's not for the devouring dark devil technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to eat his dust for the rest of my life. No, perhaps I won't even have the chance to eat his dust at all. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, he hastily left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he sneaked out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for Zhu Luqi and Su Jing. I must cultivate the devouring dark devil technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to catch up to Ling Tian, let alone seek revenge from him. Along the way, Zhao Ji was extremely anxious. Currently, he desperately wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. In his opinion, as long as he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique in time, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian in the future. After Zhao Ji left, the news of Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan signing a death pact and killing Zhao Kuan with ease swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion's estate like a hurricane. Everyone, including Mansion Master Ming Qing, was shocked. Ling Tian is at the intermediate eminent saint stage? How's this possible? Naturally, many people did not dare to believe this news. Was it possible for an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 to appear in the mystical Sky Mansion? However, as more and more people spread this news, and many people who were present on the scene proved it, they had no choice but to believe it no matter how unwilling they were. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've kept this a secret from me for a long time. Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was questioning him. Previously, I told you to try your best to break through to the eminent saint stage when I break through to the divine saint stage and go to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with me. Why didn't you tell me that you've already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Senior brother Gu Li, my situation is a little special. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could see that Gu Li was not really angry. However, he really did not know how to explain this. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Naturally, this was only a part of the truth. I once had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter caused a tremendous change in my true origin. When my cultivation base was at the early pristine saint stage, the strength of my true origin was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. For this reason, my current cultivation base is still quite far away from the eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian said. Although this was indeed his situation, he did not go into detail about the fortuitous encounter. Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda were his biggest secrets. If news of this spread out, he would definitely be killed. Due to this reason, he had to be careful. There's such a fortuitous encounter? Gu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. However, that was all. There were all kinds of strange things in the colossal world. For this reason, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, fortuitous encounters happened every day. There were both big and small fortuitous encounters. Nobody dared to say they knew everything about fortuitous encounters. Then, does this mean your current cultivation base is actually at the same level as mine? Wang Fei Xian, who had been following Duan Lingtian, quietly could not help but interject at this moment. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base, Duan Lingtian nodded. He treated Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian as his friends, so he decided to reveal this matter to them. Chapter 1816. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Wang Fei Xian could not help but feel speechless. She felt that God was unfair. This young man, whose cultivation base was similar to hers, did not seem to have a higher innate talent than her, but his strength was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How was she supposed to live? At this moment, Wang Feixian felt extremely unbalanced. Naturally, Wang Feixian had such thoughts because she did not know Duan Lingtian's origin. If she knew Duan Lingtian came from the mortal continent and had walked step by step to reach where he was today, she would definitely not have such thoughts. Since he was able to come to the Dao martial saint land from the mortal continent and possess such a cultivation base, in terms of innate talent, she could not compare to him at all. Moreover, she knew very well that even the top geniuses in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, who grew up in the mortal continent, might not be able to achieve what Ling Tian had achieved. Junior brother Ling Tian, what fortuitous encounter did you encounter? If I encounter it as well, wouldn't my strength be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse then? Gu Li's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished his true origin could undergo a transformation as well. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up as well. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was apparent she was curious about Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter as well. My fortuitous encounter was when I encountered a mysterious spirit fruit. After consuming the spirit fruit, my true origin underwent a tremendous change. At that time, I didn't know how precious the spirit fruit was, so I ate all of them. After that, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the spirit fruit at all. Not only that, but when I plucked the spirit fruit, the tree that grew them had already withered. Duan Lingtian lied through his teeth. His words dispelled Gu Li and Wang Feixian's thoughts. What? Not just one spirit fruit? You ate all of them? Gu Li's eyes widened. What a waste. What a waste. You! Wang Feixian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time before she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're such a wastrel. Although Duan Lingtian's words were made up, the meaning behind his words was similar to his fortuitous encounter that could not be replicated. The three-legged golden crow could only enlighten one person in its entire life, giving that person the attribute of fire of the sun. Hua Lao had given him one and only one, Duan Lingtian's. If other people know this is the spirit fruit, it was Duan treasure. To Duan Lingtian, to Duan Lingtian. Remind Duan his, to Duan Lingtian, to Knots to Duan Lingtian. Even so, those people would still look for him out of curiosity and ask him about the characteristics of the spirit fruit. Just like how Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked, Junior brother Lingtian, do you still remember the appearance and characteristics of the spirit fruit? That kind of spirit fruit was very ordinary. It looked exactly the same as an ordinary apple. At that time, I also thought that it was just an apple, so I casually ate it, but I didn't expect that it would cause my true essence to undergo such a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian casually replied, completely dispelling Gu Li's thoughts. Naturally, Wang Feixian's thoughts were also dispelled. Duan Lingtian was unaware that after the news of his death duel with Zhao Kuan and Zhao Kuan's death spread out, it was as though an earthquake had occurred among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. However, he was still killed by Ling Tian. Moreover, the cultivation base Ling Tian displayed when he killed Zhao Kuan was at least at the intermediate eminent saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Such a monstrous genius was worth the mystical Sky Mansion sparing no effort to retain him. For this reason, apart from the people from Zhao Clan and Guardian Gu Xiaiyun, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate went to look for Mansion Master Mengqing. Lord Mansion Master, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely become someone like Duan Rufeng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Du Gu from the Mountain Shade Black Market in the future. I think it's necessary to keep him in the mansion. Even if it means making him the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it's still worth it. One of the Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. I agree. I agree as well. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials immediately agreed. I can understand your thoughts, but Ling Tian has already made it clear that he'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in a few years. For this reason, I'm afraid your thoughts won't work. Meng Qing shook his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Ling Tian, he could tell he was not someone who could be restrained by his identity as the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Lord Mansion Master, the reason Ling Tian has such thoughts is because he doesn't feel a sense of belonging to our Mystical Sky Mansion. If our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to do everything we can for him and fulfill all of his requests before making him the next Mansion Master, I believe he won't refuse. A rather experienced Mystical Sky Mansion's elder chimed in. That's right. No matter what, please give it a try, Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian's appearance means a lot to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Please make him stay, Lord Mansion Master. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were indirectly pressuring Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing was not unhappy at all. He knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders were thinking for the sake of the Mystical Sky Mansion. If Ling Tian is willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, I don't mind making him the next Mansion Master. How about this? Vice Mansion Masters and Elders, please follow me to look for Ling Tian and tell him our conditions to see if he's willing to stay. Although Meng Qing felt it was impossible for Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion because of those conditions, he knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders would not give up until they saw Ling Tian personally rejecting them. For this reason, he decided to bring them to look for Ling Tian. The eyes of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials lit up when they saw Meng Qing's insane behavior. Lord Mansion Master is wise. I believe with Lord Mansion Master and our sincerity, Ling Tian will definitely be willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Hee. As long as Ling Tian is willing to stay in our Mystical Sky Mansion, our Mystical Sky Mansion will definitely become the third Mountain Shade Black Market in a few decades at most. In the past, the Mountain Shade Black Market was one of the strongest forces in the Debussy subterranean. It suppressed the other quasi-third-rate forces like it. It was only when the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master that it rose to prominence and became the second Mountain Shade Black Market. Since then, the top of the pyramid in the Debussy subterranean had formed a situation where two forces stood on equal footing. The Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials agreed that as long as Ling Tian was willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would definitely lead the Mystical Sky Mansion to become the third Mountain Shade Black Market. At that time, the Mystical Sky Mansion would become one of the three strongest forces in the lower province, along with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. One must admit the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were very ambitious. Naturally, the reason they were so ambitious was due to their confidence in Duan Ling Tian. When the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, brought the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials over, Duan Ling Tian was just about to bid farewell to Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. When they saw the arrival of Meng Qing and the others, let alone Duan Ling Tian, even Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were stunned. However, they quickly regained their senses and bowed. Greetings, Lord Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders. Mansion Master. Unlike Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian who were polite, Duan Ling Tian merely nodded at Meng Qing and the others as a greeting. As for the others, it was as though they were invisible to him. If it was any other time, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials would definitely fly into a rage when faced with such a rude Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple. However, today, Duan Lingtian's rudeness was nothing in their eyes. Not only that, but they were even defending Duan Lingtian in their hearts. As expected of a peerless genius, he's so proud and won't bend so easily. If such a person becomes the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future, there's no need to worry about the Mystical Sky Mansion's prosperity. A monstrous genius should be independent. If he goes with the flow, what's the difference between him and an ordinary disciple? This Ling Tian is really a character. He's so young, but he's already so arrogant. This shows that he's very confident. Such a person will definitely be a great disaster when he grows up. These were the thoughts of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Others might not know about this, but if word of this spread out, all the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be so angry that they would throw up blood. It was clearly rudeness, but why did it become arrogance and not going with the flow when these high-ranking officials spoke of it? Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were originally worried about Duan Ling Tian. They were worried he would offend the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials behind Mengqing. However, when they discovered none of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were angered, they sighed in relief. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky he did not anger these high-ranking officials. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Lingtian, we've met before. Do you still remember when you entered and left the St. Martial secret zone? One of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion took the lead to look at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. Following that, one by one, the vice mansion masters and elders also took turns to introduce themselves to Duan Lingtian. Their tone was extremely polite. It was as though they did not treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary disciple at all. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. As the saying went, one would never hit a smiling person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only smiled in response to the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who took the initiative to greet him. Lord Mansion Master, may I know why you, the Vice Mansion Masters, and the Elders came looking for me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Mengqing and asked. Naturally, it was just a question. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Chapter 1817. Lingtian, we're here because we hope you'll stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and serve the Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Mengqing did not beat around the bush and said, as long as you're willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort to nurture you in the future. All the cultivation resources will be given to you without any reservation. Moreover, I can immediately announce that you'll be the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Mengqing's words were filled with conviction. The moment Mengqing's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and desire. As long as this young man before them was willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely rise to a higher level in the future. It would become a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If they could witness that scene while they were still alive, they would have no regrets even if they died. Upon hearing Mengqing's words, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were still fine since they had already guessed it. However, Wang Fei Xian was different. She who had not guessed it earlier was stunned again when she regained her senses. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to make the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by the Lord Mansion Master, come to persuade him to stay. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Promise me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian did not respond even after a long time, she began to feel anxious for him. In her opinion, Mengqing's promise was enough to show the sincerity of the Mystical Sky Mansion. With such sincerity, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. Unfortunately, she was destined to live in her own world when it came to this matter. Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he glanced at Mengqing and the others. After a moment of silence, he continued to say, Lingtian appreciates all of your love for Lingtian because I've already promised my master that I'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him. Due to this reason, it's impossible for me to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Impossible. Gu Li was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He knew the Mystical Sky Mansion would not accept his junior brother Lingtian. His junior brother Lingtian's stage should be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Mengqing was not surprised because he had already guessed that this would be the result. The reason he came here was to make the high-ranking officials of the Mystical Sky Mansion give up. Wang Fei Xian was stunned. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was dumbfounded. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to refuse. Among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, apart from most of them who felt Duan Lingtian would agree, a small portion of them were not certain if Duan Lingtian would agree or not. However, even if they weren't sure that Duan Lingtian would agree, they didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would reject them so straightforwardly. From Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. You don't know what's good for you. Humph. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking you in and letting you enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, would you be able to achieve what you have today? Ingrate. Even among the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, there were both good and bad people. For this reason, apart from a small portion of people who could understand Duan Lingtian, most of them could not. A small portion of people even began to curse him. When Duan Lingtian heard these curses, he merely shook his head and smiled. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking him in, he would not have achieved what he had today. If it wasn't for the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he would not have achieved what he had today. Ingrate. There were so many mystical sky mansion's disciples, and many of them had gone through the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, who would possess a strength comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse at his age? Naturally, one could only say that even without the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian's achievements would still not be low. Duan Lingtian had always been grateful to the mystical sky mansion. Whether it was because of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, the Saint Martial secret zone, or Mansion Master Mengqing and Guardian Gu Xi Yun, who had helped him find all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although he was grateful, he did not plan to stay in the mystical sky mansion just because he was grateful. He had things he needed to do. There were some things that could not be delayed. Naturally, he would definitely repay the favor he owed the mystical sky mansion in the future, but not in the way he had promised Mengqing. Due to Duan Lingtian's rejection, the meeting between him and the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials ended on a sour note. At the same time, this matter had swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane, causing a commotion in the mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian really doesn't know what's good for him, right? If he stays in the mystical sky mansion, not only will the mystical sky mansion spare no effort to nurture him, but Lord Mansion Master will even appoint him as the next Mansion Master. However, he actually rejected it. I really don't know what's going through his mind. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the mystical sky mansion. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was too arrogant and did not know what was good for him. Duan Lingtian chose to ignore all of this. In the main mansion of the mystical sky mansion, Guardian Zhao Jin's residence was a vast palace. Currently, Zhao Jin was together with his son, Zhao Deng. Father, we can't let that Ling Tian live. With his innate talent, he'll definitely become a huge threat to our Zhao clan in the future. Zhao Deng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, if he had agreed to Lord Mansion Master's request today, perhaps, I might be a little wary of him. I can't believe he actually rejected it so stupidly. Zhao Jin sneered. Father, since he's determined to leave the mystical sky mansion and has no intention of leaving the mystical sky mansion's estate for the time being, why don't we wait until the day he leaves the mystical sky mansion and kill him? Zhao Deng suggested as killing intent surged from his body. If he doesn't come out before he leaves the mystical sky mansion, we have no other choice. Zhao Jin said. Even he did not dare to make a move recklessly in the mystical sky mansion's estate. This was because if he made a move in the mystical sky mansion's estate, he would be discovered by Mansion Master Mengqing and Guardian Gu Xi Yun immediately. Mengqing and Gu Xi Yun's divine consciousness could easily monitor the situation in the mystical sky mansion's estate with the help of the formations that enveloped it. Due to this reason, nobody dared to make a move recklessly in the mystical sky mansion's estate, unless that person did not want to live anymore. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng had already made up their minds to kill him. Even if he did not leave the mystical sky mansion's estate for the time being, they would still kill him on the day he left the mystical sky mansion. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was cultivating and comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword at the same time. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his residence to chat with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. They would even discuss the martial Dao and divine abilities. Apart from that, he also sent a steady stream of materials to Hualao. The restoration of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was in full swing through Hualao's hands. Time flew by, and a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Of course, the 1 year referred to the time in the outside world. 5 years had already passed in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 5 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword was only half a step away from the third stage. In this 1 year, Duan Lingtian was not the only one whose cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. In the west of the Debussy subterranean, in a vast and barren land far away, there were also two people whose cultivation bases were improving at an insane speed. The speed of improvement was even more exaggerated than Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. These two people's cultivation method was not the conservative method of sitting quietly and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Their cultivation method required young women, a lot of young women. Naturally, the effect of virgin girls was even better. The young women they had used for cultivation had all been sucked dry. The commotion they had caused could not be said to be small. However, this commotion did not spread out. This was because those who saw the dried corpses, or those who discovered the disappearance of the young women, were all secretly killed by them. The two people who were cultivating in this area were none other than the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, and the grandson of the current mystical sky mansion's guardian and the son of the vice mansion master, Zhao Ji. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ji laughed heartily as he stood up from the lush forest. He was completely naked, and there was a dried corpse lying by his feet. If one looked closely, one would discover the dried corpse belonged to a young woman. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground below the dried corpse, it was not difficult to guess this young woman was still a virgin. Mastery Imminent Saint Stage. I've broken through to the Mastery Imminent Saint Stage. After laughing for a while, Zhao Jin seemed to have had enough. Then, he turned his attention to his current cultivation. In just a year, his cultivation base had broken through from the Mastery Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Imminent Saint Stage. All of this was due to the Devouring Dark Devil technique. In this 1 year, there were countless young women who were sucked dry by him. He had also relied on the vital qi and blood of those young women to achieve his current cultivation base. In the past, he did not even dare to dream of such an improvement. However, although I've broken through to the Mastery Imminent Saint Stage, I might not be able to defeat Ling Tian. After all, he was already at the Intermediate Imminent Saint Stage a year ago. Continue to cultivate. The moment Zhao Ji thought of Duan Lingtian, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. He shuddered and regained his senses. Zhao Ji. Just as Zhao Ji was about to look for his next target, an old voice resonated in the air. Following that, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Palace Master Zhu. When Zhao Ji saw the newcomer, he grinned. I've already broken through to the Mastery Imminent Saint Stage. How's your progress? Have you broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint Stage? 6 months ago, Zhu Luqi, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage, had successfully broken through to the early Exemplary Saint Stage that he had always dreamed of with the help of the Devouring Dark Devil technique. After that, he continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Just a little bit more. Chapter 1818. Then, you're much slower than me, Zhao Ji said smugly when he heard Zhu Luqi's words. He had also used a year to break through from the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Imminent Saint Stage. He had broken through 5 levels in a row. Naturally, he had only broken through 4 levels. Even if he did not cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he would still be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage in a short time. However, even if he had only broken through 4 levels, it was still much stronger compared to Zhu Luqi, who had broken through 1 level. As far as I know, you've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women compared to me. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he became even more smug. Humph. Although I've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women in this 1 year, what's your cultivation base compared to mine? How can we compare? Zhu Luqi snorted coldly. He felt that Zhao Ji was really shameless. How could he compare his cultivation progress in the past year? Originally, Zhao Ji was only an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. It was only natural for him to improve by leaps and bounds by devouring the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Previously, he was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. Even if he had the devouring dark devil technique, it would not be easy for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in just a year. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Palace Master Zhu, I really don't understand you anymore. With your cultivation base, if you devour the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, your cultivation base would be much faster. However, you don't want to touch those young women, and you don't even want me to touch them in front of you. I'm really speechless. Zhaoji said, I really don't understand. What's the difference between ordinary young women and those young women? Humph. Zhu Luqi snorted again. However, he did not reply to Zhao Ji's words. In Zhu Luqi's heart, there was a secret that only he knew. A long time ago, he had a very cute daughter that was left behind by his late wife before she passed away. He cherished the daughter that his wife had sacrificed her life to give birth to very much. He treated her like a little princess. However, the weather was unpredictable, and people were unpredictable. When his daughter was 16 years old, because he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation breakthrough, he did not accompany his daughter, causing her to be sullied by a playboy. When he came out of seclusion, what he saw was his daughter's corpse. There was also a suicide note left by his daughter. His daughter had chosen to commit suicide precisely because her innocence had been sullied. Although he had annihilated that profligate son's entire family, his daughter would not be able to return. It was also because of the death of his only family member that Zhu Luqi was able to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and achieve what he had today. Cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would increase the efficiency by devouring the essence, blood, and qi of a maiden. He naturally understood this principle. However, every time he saw those young and inexperienced maidens, he could not help but think of his own daughter. That was why he could not do it at all. Not only could he not do it himself, even if he saw Zhao Ji making a move on those maidens, he would also stop him. Just like now, even though he had rushed over to stop Zhao Ji, he was still too late. Whoosh! When Zhu Luqi raised his hand, a layer of soil rose from the ground and covered the maiden's dried corpse so that she could rest in peace. You're unreasonable. Although this was not the first time Zhao Ji had seen Zhu Luqi acting in this manner, he was still rendered speechless. He could not understand why Zhu Luqi was so kind to those maidens. Palace Master Zhu, it's best if we don't meet again in the future. Zhao Ji took a deep look at Zhu Luqi. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left. It was as though he was avoiding the plague. Zhu Luqi was not angered by Zhao Ji's actions. He continued to fly in another direction. If possible, he did not want to meet Zhao Ji. This was because if he encountered Zhao Ji, and if Zhao Ji's target was a virgin, he would not be able to stop himself from interfering. Although those virgin girls were not his daughters, they were constantly reminding him of the unbearable past. It was as though this had become Zhu Luqi's inner demon. If Zhu Luqi had acted as brazenly as Zhao Ji from the beginning and had even laid his hands on maidens, he would not be far away from breaking through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, even if he had not broken through yet. However, Zhu Luqi still had to work hard for another 3 months before he was confident he would be able to break through. One must admit that Zhu Luqi and Zhao Ji had kept a low profile. Moreover, they had chosen to stay in a remote area west of the Debussy subterranean. Let alone quasi-third-rate forces, there was not even a fourth-rate or fifth-rate force in this area. For this reason, news of their actions had not spread even after a year had passed. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Another half a year had passed before news of the strange incident in the remote area west of the Debussy subterranean finally spread. The person who spread the news was a native of the western area. 3 years ago, he had gone out to explore and had only returned today. However, as soon as he returned, he discovered his hometown, a small village that seemed like a paradise, had been turned into ruins. He could vaguely see many corpses that had been dead for a long time. The other corpses were still normal. However, the strange thing was the corpses of the young women had been sucked dry. What's going on? The strange scene before his eyes had completely exceeded his imagination. It even caused him to temporarily forget the pain of losing his family. Then, he began to search his surroundings. Everywhere he went, the small towns and villages that used to be bustling with life had been turned into ruins. The corpses here were similar to the corpses in the small village where he came from. Apart from the corpses of the young women, the other corpses were normal. What the hell? In the end, he no longer dared to continue searching. He left the remote area west of the city as though he was fleeing. As for the news, it was also spread out by him. Hey, have you heard? The people in the small towns and villages west of the city have all been killed. However, the strange thing is the corpses of the young women have all been sucked dry. It's very strange. Dried corpses? What kind of dried corpses? If you want to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? As time passed, similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the cities adjacent to the remote area west of the city. In this world, there was no lack of people with strong curiosity. Driven by curiosity, many people formed groups and entered the remote area west of the city. When they saw everything with their own eyes, they knew that the news they had heard earlier was true. Heavens! Who did this? These young women are so pitiful. It's fine if they were killed, but they were turned into dried corpses. No, look, there are no wounds on these young women's bodies. They're completely different from the other corpses. Moreover, their corpses have no clothes on. Do you think it's the work of a devil cultivator? If it's the work of a devil cultivator, isn't the devil Dao cultivation method too cruel? Among the curious people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. As they speculated, they came to a conclusion. A devil cultivator who had cultivated an inhumane devil Dao cultivation method had wreaked havoc in the remote area west of the city. There was no lack of devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saintland. Devil cultivators were also recognized in the Dao Martial Saintland. However, the devil cultivators who were recognized were devil cultivators who had cultivated ordinary devil Dao cultivation methods. Those devil cultivators who had cultivated inhumane devil Dao cultivation methods were like rats crossing the street in the Dao Martial Saintland. Everyone wanted to kill them. When one person spread the news, the people who heard the news might be skeptical. However, after this news was confirmed by hundreds and thousands of people, it became a fact that was set in stone. I remember 2 years ago, the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, had spread the news that the devouring dark devil technique had appeared. The person who obtained the devouring dark devil technique was the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, Zhu Luqi. It's said that the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and top-notch devil technique. Its main purpose is to devour the essence, blood, and qi of young women to cultivate. Every young woman who has been captured to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique will eventually turn into a dried corpse. Do you guys think that what happened in the remote area in the West is related to the devouring dark devil technique? Now that you mention it, I remember now. If it's the devouring dark devil technique, everything makes sense now. Then, does this mean the people who were killed in the West and the young women who were sucked dry are the masterpieces of Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace? That's most likely the case. Not long after, someone began to link the incident in the West to the devouring dark devil technique. For a time, Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, became the scapegoat. This was because the people in the Debussy subterranean only knew that he had obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Nobody knew that Zhaoji had obtained the devouring dark devil technique as well. Palace Master Zhu, the incident has been exposed. It seems like we'll have to lay low for a while. What do you plan to do? While the outside world was in an uproar, Zhaoji and Zhu Luqi gathered in a remote place in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saintland. It was a stone forest where even birds would not defecate. It was apparent they knew what they had done had been exposed. What plan can I have? Hide, of course. I'm not like you who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and killed so many virgins, yet you can still return to the mystical sky mansion. Zhu Luqi said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first, Palace Master Zhu. Also, please take care of Su Jing, Palace Master Zhu. After all, we haven't completely learned the devouring dark devil technique yet. Zhao Ji reminded Zhu Luqi before he left. We can't stay here any longer. Chapter 1819. Zhu Luqi knew his limits. Although he had already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, there were still many people who were stronger than him in the WCI subterranean. Put aside the quintessential saint stage watchers from the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland who were sent to the lower province, even the leaders of the quasi-third-rate forces, Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountain Shade Black Market, were powerhouses who could easily defeat him. It was said that both of their cultivation bases were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Apart from them, there were also leaders from various quasi-third-rate forces, including Mansion Master Mengqing of Mystical Sky Mansion. The weakest among them was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Behind them were people like Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. They were all experienced intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouses. They were only half a step away from the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. They were not people he could compare to. Feng Bu Yi, I've already broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. The day I break through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage will be the day you die. Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed fiercely. He had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique to seek revenge from Feng Bu Yi. As time passed by, Zhu Luqi gradually calmed down. However, it's not suitable for me to keep a high profile for a period of time. I'll focus on my martial tactics and divine abilities during this period of time. The divine abilities Zhu Luqi mentioned were the divine abilities recorded in the devouring dark devil technique. That divine ability was not some useless low-grade divine ability. Even Su Jing had not come into contact with it since only those at the divine saint stage and above could attempt to comprehend and cultivate it. Soon after, Zhu Luqi also left the western side of the WCI subterranean. At the same time, the news of the devouring dark devil technique's appearance had spread far and wide. In the end, more than half of the WCI subterranean had heard about it. Devouring dark devil technique? What's the devouring dark devil technique? As the news of the devouring dark devil technique wreaking havoc in the western region spread, the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Of course, there were also many people who didn't know about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique. After all, it had been a long time since the last time the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Those who still knew about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique were almost all from the major forces that had passed it down from that era. The devouring dark devil technique can be cultivated by devouring the essence and blood of young women. If he devoured the essence, blood, and chi of a maiden, the effect of his cultivation would be even better. Any woman whose vital energy and blood are devoured will become a dried corpse. More than half of the WCI subterranean fell into a state of panic as the details of the devouring dark devil technique spread. Especially those young women, virgins, they couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide in it. This was because they were the primary targets of devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When more than half of the WCI subterranean fell into a state of panic, the various fourth-rate and quasi-third-rate forces had, naturally, received the news as well. Don't tell me that Zhu Luqi wants to become a public enemy just like that devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Many high-ranking officials from fourth-rate forces cursed out loud. I was fortunate enough to meet Mansion Master Mengqing from the Mystical Sky Mansion once. He's a very upright person. I really don't understand how a scum like Zhu Luqi could appear in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Many high-ranking officials from quasi-third-rate forces chimed in. As the top forces in the WCI subterranean, the quasi-third-rate forces naturally could not sit idly by when they learned that the devouring dark devil technique had begun to wreak havoc in the WCI subterranean. It hasn't even been 2 years. Even if Zhu Luqi has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his current strength won't be that strong. We must kill him before he grows stronger. If we don't kill him in time, the people in the WCI subterranean will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. One of the leaders from a quasi-third-rate force declared that he wanted to kill Zhu Luqi. The other leaders from the quasi-third-rate forces also ordered their powerhouses to head to a remote place in the west. The fourth-rate forces began to cooperate. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique wreaked havoc in the Debussy subterranean, the current powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean did not experience it personally. However, they still learned about the devouring dark devil technique and how terrifying the devil cultivator who cultivated it was from the letters passed down by their ancestors. At that time, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique relied on his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to kill several powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage and more than 10 powerhouses at the mastery exemplary saint stage. In the end, he managed to escape. Even the mystical sky mansion had sent out 2 of their guardians. As for the mansion master, Meng Qing, he did not leave since he had to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Not long after the 2 mystical sky mansion's guardians left, Meng Qing, who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard with a frown, felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Following that, an old figure appeared before his eyes. This old man was a one-armed old man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this one-armed old man with just a glance. He was none other than the old man who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He was also the master of guardian Gu Xi Yun and the grand ancestor of his senior brother Gu Li, senior uncle. Although Meng Qing was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he did not dare to be disrespectful when facing this old man. He immediately bowed and greeted him. The old man in front of him was his master's senior brother. He was also the person with the highest seniority in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Mansion Master, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm only here for one thing. Please allow me to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for Zhu Luqi. I want to personally kill him. When the seemingly amiable old man reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a chilling aura as his eyes gleamed coldly. Senior uncle, the 2 guardians have already left. There's no need for you to go, right? Meng Qing said bitterly. It was not that he doubted the old man's strength, but he could not bear to see this old man running around for the Mystical Sky Mansion at such an age. Mansion Master, that brat Zhu Luqi has cultivated with me for a period of time. Although we're not master and disciple in name, we're master and disciple in reality. It's my duty to clean up the mess. The old man insisted. Since you insist, senior uncle, I have no objections. However, please act according to your strength. It has been almost 2 years since Zhu Luqi started cultivating the devouring dark devil technique so recklessly. It's very likely that his cultivation base has already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Meng Qing could not help but remind him when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Sect leader, are you suspecting that my old bones are inferior to that brat Zhu Luqi? As the old man spoke, a powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Meng Qing's body. Meng Qing's expression changed immediately as joy filled his eyes. Senior uncle, why you've broken through? Swoosh. However, faced with Meng Qing's joyful question, the old man only replied to him with a disappearing silhouette. In the Heaven Palace of the Mystical Sky Mansion, swoosh, a swift figure came from the direction of the main mansion. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at a platform halfway up the mountain of the Heaven Palace and stood in front of an independent courtyard. The person who had arrived was none other than Gu Li. Why are all of you sneaking around my junior brother Ling Tian's place? Gu Li said in a low voice as he raised his hand. The air trembled as a few invisible forces surged out. In just a blink of an eye, the few people who were hiding at the side were dragged out and thrown to the ground. Barf. Barf. The few people who were thrown out were the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. All of them were suppressed by the invisible force to the point they threw up blood. Divine Saint Stage. One of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had a higher cultivation base had a horrified expression. When he looked at Gu Li again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. Gu Li, why you've broken through to the Divine Saint Stage? Zhaodong, looks like you're really worthy of being ranked 5th on the Mystical Sky ranking. You can actually tell I've broken through. Gu Li glanced at the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken indifferently. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. He had broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint stage some time ago. Due to this reason, he was able to tell Gu Li's cultivation base had broken through to the life stage. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint stage not long ago, he was not someone who could easily be injured by someone at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Only a powerhouse at the Divine Saint stage or above would have the ability to toy with him in the palm of his hand. Due to this reason, he did not even need to think about it to be certain Gu Li had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Divine Saint stage? When the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan heard Zhao Dong's words, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. A Divine Saint stage powerhouse was someone who could kill them with just a finger. Senior brother Gu Li, congratulations. At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard opened. Following that, a handsome young man dressed in white walked out slowly. The young man had a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathing in a spring breeze. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation as well? Gu Li was surprised. What a coincidence. I came out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, and I've been comprehending martial tactics recently. That's why I'm able to detect any commotion outside. The young man who walked out of the room was none other than Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had changed his appearance and identity, he no longer wore plain purple robes. He would change them frequently. Junior brother Lingtian, how do you want to deal with these few fellows? Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Dong and the others, seeking Duan Lingtian's opinion. Don't act recklessly. Don't forget the mystical Sky Mansion's rule of not killing each other. Zhao Dong had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Gu Li looking at him. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. It was obvious they wanted Duan Lingtian to show mercy. Chapter 1820. Just let them be. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan and said nonchalantly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan still sitting there in a daze, Gu Li glared at them. After the few Zhao clan's disciples fled, Gu Li slowly walked into the courtyard and said with a displeased expression, "Originally, I came out of closed-door cultivation today to give my old man a surprise. I didn't expect him to not be here." "So, senior brother Gu Li, you came to share this surprise with me as soon as possible?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Gu Li nodded. "Senior brother Gu Li, I'm afraid it won't take long for the news of you breaking through to the Divine Saint stage to spread throughout the mystical Sky Mansion. As far as I know, even the Mansion Master had yet to break through to the Divine Saint stage when he was your age." Duan Lingtian praised. "All right, stop praising me. It's fine if other people praise me, but I don't like it when you praise me." Gu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Who dares to mention innate talent in front of a freak like you? Oh, right. I noticed the atmosphere in the mansion is a little strange. Do you know what's going on?" "The devouring dark devil technique has appeared," Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He had come out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, so he had heard about the things that had happened recently. "Didn't the devouring dark devil technique appear a long time ago?" Gu Li asked, puzzled. 2 years ago, the mystical Sky Mansion had attacked the Rising Sky Mansion for the devouring dark devil technique. Naturally, they did not know the Devil Dao cultivation method was the devouring dark devil technique. When they found out later, the key person, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had already been brought away by the former palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. The remote area in the west has become a dead zone. Almost everyone in that area is dead, especially the young ladies. Especially those young women. They were all sucked dry. Duan Lingtian said in a solemn tone, "Now, the news has spread across half of the lower district. All the young women in the lower province, including our mystical Sky Mansion's young disciples, are in danger. Because the situation over there is similar to the situation where the devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique wreaked havoc, we can almost conclude that it was done by someone who also cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Originally, Su Jing from the Rising Sky Mansion was the only one who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, after Su Jing was rescued, there was more than one person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Duan Lingtian said, "You mean, Palace Master Zhu has already begun to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, and he was the one who did all the things that happened in this remote area in the west?" Guli gasped. He did not expect such a huge matter would happen while he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Jing's body might be in a coma now, but it's not difficult for his soul remnant that hasn't fully recovered to communicate with others. For this reason, it's very easy for him to pass the devouring dark devil technique to Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian speculated, perhaps, Palace Master Zhu had negotiated with Su Jing and reached an agreement with him in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique in exchange for saving Su Jing. I can't believe a person can change so quickly. In the past, Palace Master Zhu's temper was quite good. However, now, Gu Li sighed. Sometimes, hatred can destroy a person. Duan Lingtian said solemnly as his eyes flashed. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Although he was not familiar with him, he had interacted with him before. His first impression of him was that he was a kind elder. However, it was precisely this kind elder who had been humiliated by Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, that the seed of hatred had been planted in his heart. After the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique, this seed could no longer be suppressed and completely broke out of the ground. The seed of hatred had already sprouted. What Zhu Luqi had to do next was to desperately devour the vital blood and vital essence of the young woman to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his cultivation base at the fastest speed possible, until he went to seek revenge from the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bu Yi. However, it's true that deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bu Yi, has gone too far. If I were Palace Master Zhu, I wouldn't be able to stand being humiliated like that as well. Previously, when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by Feng Bu Yi, Guli was present as well. Every time he thought about it, he could not help but feel indignant for Zhu Luqi. If you were Palace Master Zhu, senior brother Guli, and you knew you would never be able to seek revenge by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique normally, what would you do when faced with the temptation of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked. Perhaps, I would make the same choice as Palace Master Zhu. Guli sighed. To me, that kind of humiliation is even worse than killing me. Junior brother Lingtian, what if you were in my shoes? What would you do? If your innate talent is not that high, and you completely put yourself in Palace Master Zhu's shoes, if I were Palace Master Zhu, I would want nothing more than to turn Feng Bu Yi into ashes as well. However, I don't think I would cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. After all, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Those young women are innocent after all. Duan Lingtian sighed. If he was in his previous life on Earth, he would have made the same choice as Guli. However, in this life, he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was unwilling to destroy those young women for a personal grudge. You'd rather not seek revenge than cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Guli asked again. Of course not. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as a hint of loftiness appeared in his eyes. How can I not seek revenge after being humiliated so wantonly and trampled on my dignity? However, even if I can't seek revenge personally by cultivating normally, I'll still seek revenge through other methods. For example, I'll think of ways to get someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian replied. Get someone else to do it? Guli was stunned. How will you get someone else to do it? For example, I'll think of ways to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I'll use their family as a hostage to force them to kill Feng Bu Yi. Once Feng Bu Yi dies, I'll release their family. Duan Lingtian said, if that's the case, I'll accept it even if I'm killed by them in the end. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was filled with respect. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. If only Palace Master Zhu had heard your words before he rescued Su Jing. How wonderful would that be? Senior brother Guli, I'm just casually speaking. Just think about it. and you'll know how difficult it is to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "For this reason, even if Palace Master Zhu heard my words, he might not be able to seek revenge through this method. Perhaps he might not have been able to do it in the past. However, as far as I know, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a sentimental person. Not only that, but I've also heard that he brought many family members from his hometown back to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few years ago." Guli said, "Since he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, it's impossible for him to send powerhouses at the peak of the Divine Saint stage to protect all of them. With Palace Master Zhu's strength at the peak of the Saint stage, it won't be difficult for him to kidnap one of the family members of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A few years ago, he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion from his hometown." Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he asked again, "Senior brother Gu Li, I heard that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is very young. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the WCI Subterranean, and he has already led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the lower province and is on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market?" "That's right. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a legendary figure in the WCI Subterranean. He's also the person that I admire the most." Gu Li nodded. "Perhaps the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market is not inferior to him in terms of innate talent and strength. However, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market has been fully nurtured by the Mountain Shade Black Market since he was young. On the other hand, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is only from the mortal continent. For someone who came from the mortal continent to achieve such a result, he's already worthy of being a legend in the WCI Subterranean." When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Mortal continent. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is from the mortal continent? At this moment, other information about the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion began to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's mind. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the WCI Subterranean. A few years ago, he brought many family members back from his hometown in the mortal continent, Dugu in the north and Rufeng in the south. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Rufeng. Back then, little Fei was brought away by father's subordinate. To be able to bring little Fei away from the fifth-rate force, the Green Wave Han Mansion, father's subordinate must be quite powerful. Don't tell me. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Naturally, this was only his guess. He could not confirm it yet. "Junior brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you?" When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian's eyes widened and his body began to tremble, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why his junior brother Lingtian would suddenly become like this. He was still fine earlier. As senior brother Gu Li, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his agitated emotions. He looked at Gu Li and asked solemnly, do you know the name of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" Initially, Gu Li thought Duan Lingtian was going to talk about something serious since he was so serious. It did not cross his mind that he would ask such a question. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What? Junior brother Lingtian, you still don't know the name of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Senior brother Gu Li, please tell me." Duan Lingtian took another deep breath as his body began to tremble even more violently. At this moment, Gu Li also noticed that something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know the reason, he no longer joked around and directly replied, "The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Rufeng. Perhaps you haven't heard of his name before, but I'm sure you've heard of the saying Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, standing at the top of the lower province." Chapter 1821. South like the wind. Like the wind. Duan Rufeng. I should have thought of this earlier. After obtaining Gu Li's confirmation, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again. After a long while, he finally calmed down. As it turned out, his cheapskate father was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This is just too unbelievable. Although Duan Lingtian had already confirmed it, he still found it surreal. His cheapskate father was actually the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What was the Azure Cloud Mansion? It was one of the top two forces in the WCI subterranean. As a quasi-third-rate force, it was superior to most quasi-third-rate forces. It was comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market, the old overlord of the WCI subterranean. It was said that the reason the Azure Cloud Mansion was comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market was all thanks to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, unravel. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, unravel, was his cheapskate father. If there were no other conditions, Duan would not have connected the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to his cheapskate father just by hearing his name was unravel. After all, there were many people with the same name in this world. It was normal for coincidences to occur. However, the situation was different now. Apart from having the same name as his cheapskate father, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had many similarities with his cheapskate father as well. Both of them were from the mortal continent. A few years ago, both of them had brought their families from the mortal continent to the Dao Marshall Saint Land. They had risen in the WCI subterranean for less than 20 years. If one of the similarities between the two names was a coincidence, then what about the second similarity and the third similarity? How could they be coincidences? Due to this reason, after learning about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and his name from Guli, Duan was 100% certain unravel, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was his cheapskate father. As it turns out, father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, everything makes sense now. After confirming his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan recalled all the things related to his father in the past and felt enlightened. In this case, the message in the voice transmission jade slip that father left for me in the exquisite jade box was to ask me to look for his subordinates and ask them to bring me to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan still remembered that it was precisely because the voice transmission jade slip was damaged that he missed the opportunity to reunite with his family. Due to this reason, he had come to the lower province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land alone, without anyone to rely on. He had to rely on himself. Back then, Duan Celestial Land Mansion Master, Azure Cloud Mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he recalled what Han Xuan had said to him. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the two powerhouses who stood at the peak of the WCI subterranean. In the WCI subterranean, apart from the Watcher sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land, the most powerful people on the surface were undoubtedly Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, unravel. If the voice transmission jade slip father left for me wasn't damaged, I would have gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion and become the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, Duan could not help but sigh at how God made fools of people. As it turned out, the cheapskate father he had been looking for ever since he arrived in the WCI subterranean was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If he had known this earlier, he would not have taken so many detours. However, although this journey is arduous, it's not without rewards. At the very least, I managed to get to know Senior Brother Guli and Senior Brother Guli. If I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have gotten to know them. When Duan thought about this, he felt that although this journey was tiring, it was worth it. Also, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have come to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I didn't come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, I wouldn't have entered the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Marshall Secret Zone. Since I didn't enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Marshall Secret Zone, it's only natural that I wouldn't have obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan had obtained 2 high-grade divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Marshall Secret Zone. The otherworldly celestial was still acceptable since he might have obtained it in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Marshall Secret Zone as well. However, the elementary devouring tactic was one of a kind. It was almost impossible for him to obtain it even in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Marshall Secret Zone. All in all, the damage to the voice transmission jade slip was both a loss and a gain for Duan. What he lost was the opportunity to reunite with his family earlier. What he gained was his 2 senior brothers and the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier and became the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I would have brought Kerr and little Fayer to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, they wouldn't have to face the revenge of the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju. Even if Kerr's twin sister came, she might not have been able to bring Kerr away with the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouses. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he felt a little dejected again. Junior brother Ling Tian, what's wrong with you? When Guli saw the changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression, he could not help but ask. I'm fine. Upon hearing Guli's voice, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and sighed in relief. He knew very well that the past could no longer be changed. It was useless for him to think about it now. Wasn't life supposed to be like this where there were gains and losses? Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't look like you're fine. After you heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you seemed unusually agitated. Can you tell me why? Guli asked. After he finished asking, he added, Of course, if it's not convenient for you to tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Senior brother Guli, although we haven't known each other for long, it's important to be friends. I trust you, so there's nothing that's inconvenient for me to tell you. Duan Lingtian said, The reason I became agitated when I heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is because his name is exactly the same as my father's name. Your father's name is exactly the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Guli interrupted Duan Lingtian in shock. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. However, although your father's name is the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, junior brother Ling Tian, there's no need for you to be so agitated, right? When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he was slightly puzzled. He felt Duan Lingtian's reaction was a little too exaggerated. Same name? Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head before he continued to say, My father and I are also from the mortal continent. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli's eyes widened immediately as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're actually from the mortal continent as well? Are all the people from the mortal continent so monstrous? First, it's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and now, it's you. Also, your father. Since your innate talent is so high, your father must not be too weak as well. Based on Guli's words, up until now, he still did not connect Duan Lingtian's father to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Duan Lingtian only said he and his father were from the mortal continent to emphasize his origin. Senior brother Guli, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is my father. When Duan Lingtian saw how slow Guli's reaction was, he felt helpless as well. Boom. When Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered Guli's ears, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. It caused Guli to be completely dumbstruck. Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was junior brother Ling Tian's father? How's this possible? When Guli finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in disbelief, If you're the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, then you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why would the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion come to our mystical sky mansion? Moreover, no. Your name is Ling Tian, and the surname of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. You wouldn't be that fellow who obtained the Devil Seal tablet that was spread like wildfire back then, right? No. I've seen the portrait of the fella who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You look different from that fella. Wait, no. You know the disguising secret tactic. That Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district was you in disguise. You. Don't tell me you're really Duan Lingtian? When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little confused. That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm also the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian said this, the muscles on his face changed before his face returned to normal. It was a completely different and handsome face. It's really you. When Guli saw Duan Lingtian's real face, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. The appearance of the person standing in front of him was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen previously. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian. He was the lucky fella who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. When the news of you obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread out, you seem to have vanished completely. I thought you were killed by someone. I didn't expect you to disguise yourself as Li Feng and cause so much trouble in the Rising Sky Mansion's district before disguising yourself as Ling Tian and coming to our mystical Sky Mansion. Guli smiled wryly as he sighed emotionally. It did not cross his mind that his junior brother Ling Tian was the lucky fella who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. However, aren't you afraid I'll expose your true identity if you reveal your identity in front of me? You should know that once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to leave the mystical Sky Mansion alive. Guli's expression suddenly turned solemn. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Guli's words. It was as though he was not worried at all. I won't. When Guli replied to Duan Lingtian, he smiled as well. Naturally, he was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian only had one Super Saint weapon. Even if he had 1,000 or 100 Super Saint weapons, he would not betray Duan Lingtian. However, junior brother Lingtian, are you really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? As the smile on Gu Li's face faded, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and asked, Yes? Chapter 1822. Junior brother Lingtian, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, with your identity, why would you disguise yourself as Li Feng to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle to save Sister Xuanai? With just a word from you, do you think the Rising Sky Mansion would dare to disobey you? After Guli learned that Duan Lingtian was really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he was puzzled. Duan Lingtian had told him about this before. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's identity, the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey him at all. Even the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey the young mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force, let alone a top quasi-third-rate force like the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would you come to the mystical Sky Mansion? You'll be able to obtain better cultivation resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli was puzzled. Senior brother Guli, it's normal for you to have such questions. However, you have to know that before today, I didn't even know the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father. Naturally, I didn't know I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that I have to do everything by myself. Duan Lingtian sighed. How's that possible? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was shocked. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's reaction when he asked for the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he felt that Duan Lingtian must be telling the truth. Junior brother Lingtian, didn't your father tell you he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? A few years ago, he went to the mortal continent to bring many of his family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why didn't he bring you back with him? Guli was puzzled. The reason my father left me in the mortal continent was to train me. However, he still left me a clue so I could go to the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him when I'm strong enough to stand at the peak of the mortal continent. Unfortunately, due to my own problems, some unforeseen events occurred with the clues he left for me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he thought of the damaged voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box. Destiny was making fools of people. Following Duan Lingtian's explanation, Guli came to a realization. So that's how it is. But luckily, there was an unforeseen event. If junior brother Lingtian had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as you arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land, we might not have gotten to know each other. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed in his heart. Junior brother Lingtian, since you've already confirmed that Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is your father, do you have any plans to look for him? Guli asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. Before I went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, my biggest wish was to reunite with my family. Now that I've received news about my family, it's only natural that I want to look for them. After Duan Lingtian found out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he wished he could grow a pair of wings so he could fly to the Azure Cloud Mansion as fast as he could. Not only were his parents there, but his fiancée and his child were there as well. Based on the time, my child with little Fei should be a few years old now, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of Li Fei and his child with Li Fei, his eyes were filled with tenderness. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian standing there with a silly smile on his face, he knew Duan Lingtian must have thought of his family whom he had not seen for a long time. He was sensible and did not disturb him. It was as though it would be a crime to disturb him at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian had said, not long after the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan left, the news of Gu Li breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread through the entire mystical Sky Mansion. It caused an uproar in the mystical Sky Mansion. The atmosphere that was originally oppressive due to the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique had also lifted. Senior brother Gu Li has actually broken through to the Divine Saint stage? As expected of Lord Guardian's son. Like father, like son. Even Lord Mansion Master wasn't as young as Gu Li when he broke through to the Divine Saint stage, right? If senior brother Gu Li becomes the next Mansion Master of our mystical Sky Mansion, our mystical Sky Mansion will definitely have a chance to become as powerful as the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. Unfortunately, he once said he'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land once he has broken through to the Divine Saint stage. First, it's Ling Tian, then it's Gu Li. Both of them have the potential to lead the mystical Sky Mansion to greater heights. Unfortunately, both of them have set their sights on the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the news of Gu Li breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples were shocked. However, they also felt that it was a pity. This was because they knew Gu Li would not be able to stay in the mystical Sky Mansion for long now that he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Gu Li has broken through? In the mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion, Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng had also received the news. At the same time, his expression turned grave when he heard people saying he was not as good as Gu Li. He and Gu Li were the sons of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he was Gu Li's age, he was only a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Comparisons were the worst. His innate talent was already quite good, but compared to Gu Li, it was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Most importantly, both of them had a guardian for a father. All in all, he had embarrassed his father this time. Father. While Zhao Deng was feeling humiliated by the rumors, a familiar voice resonated in the air, causing his expression to change drastically. His face that seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds earlier seemed to be illuminated by the sun in just a blink of an eye. This was because he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than his son whom he had not heard from for 2 years. After the death duel between Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan in the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, he had never seen his son again. However, since his son's soul pearl was still intact, he was not worried at all. Humph, where have you been for the past 2 years? I thought you've forgotten that you have a father like me. Zhao Deng snorted coldly as he purposely pulled a long face when Zhao Ji entered the room. Zhao Deng looked solemn, but if one looked closely, one could see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. He was surprised that his son had returned. Father, I only left the mystical Sky Mansion because I saw how strong Duan Ling Tian was at that time. I felt a little depressed and went out to take a look. After taking a look around, I've gained quite a lot. Zhao Ji smiled. Gained quite a lot? Humph. Did you get to know a bunch of bad friends again? Zhao Deng continued to sneer with a long face. Father, I didn't make any friends this time. However, I discovered a relic in the east that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. At the end of his sentence, Zhao Ji's face was filled with excitement. A relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He asked in shock, "Are you sure it's a relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage?" Yes. Zhao Ji nodded and told him the story he had prepared. According to the message left behind by the powerhouse who left behind the divine ability relic, he was a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into the upper province and lower province during that era. Zhao Deng's breathing quickened when he heard Zhao Ji's words. The era when the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into the upper province and lower province was the primordial era. The relic left behind by the powerhouse of that era was called an ancient relic. In the history of the Debussy subterranean, there were many legends about the ancient relic. Those who managed to obtain the ancient relic eventually became a top powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean. Even after they arrived in the upper province, they still managed to carve out a place for themselves with their strength. Currently, he found out his son had come across an ancient relic. Usually, there's a powerhouse's inheritance in an ancient relic. Is there any inheritance in the ancient relic you came across? Zhao Deng asked in a hurry. Yes. As soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking, Zhao Ji nodded. I've already obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up. His son had obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic? For a moment, Zhao Deng's breathing quickened. At the same time, Zhao Ji sighed and continued to say, Unfortunately, the ancient relic collapsed after I obtained the inheritance. Initially, I wanted father and grandfather to go in and see if they could obtain the inheritance as well. However, it seems like there's no chance for us to do so now. Silly boy. Zhao Deng was, naturally, happy when he heard Zhao Ji's filial words. The inheritance in the ancient relic is usually passed down to only one person. That's how precious it is. Grandfather and I are happy for you since you managed to obtain the inheritance. What kind of inheritance did you obtain? Zhao Deng asked again. It's a devil cultivator's inheritance. To be more precise, it's a devil beast's inheritance, Zhao Ji replied. Zhao Ji nodded. Devil beast. In the Dao martial saintland, apart from humans, saint beasts could also cultivate the devil Dao. Human devil cultivators were called human devils. Saint beast devil cultivators were called devil beasts. Devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up again. The devil cultivator's inheritance is usually one of the better inheritances in the ancient relic. Did anything change after you obtained the inheritance? Almost as soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking, a majestic, vast, and eerie aura suddenly surged out from Zhao Ji's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a little. Divine Saint Stage? Zhao Deng, who sensed this aura, was so frightened that his eyes opened wide. He revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Although he knew the ancient devil beast's inheritance was not simple, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It allowed an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage, to break through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. However, it did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that his son was lying to him. The so-called ancient devil beast's inheritance was fake. Chapter 1823. After leaving the secluded place in the west of the Debussy subterranean, Zhao Ji had already come up with an excuse for his current cultivation base while he was on his way back to the mystical sky mansion, the ancient devil beast's inheritance. This way, it would be logical for him to cultivate as a devil cultivator and would not be suspected. Nobody would have thought it was because he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique that he was able to make a breakthrough from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years. When did you obtain the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn. It was not that he had not heard of ancient legacies before. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were also some records about ancient legacies and the transformation of those who had obtained the ancient legacies. However, none of them were as exaggerated as his son. In less than 2 years, he had broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage. This cultivation speed was heaven-defying. A month after I left the mystical sky mansion, I came across an ancient ruin. Father, do you think my cultivation base has risen too quickly? Zhao Ji asked as he reached the end of his explanation.
Yes.
Zhao Deng nodded. Your cultivation speed is comparable to devil cultivators who have cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. The devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji felt slightly uneasy. However, he did not show it. Although the person in front of him was his father, he did not dare to tell him that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. This was because he knew his father would force him to disperse his cultivation if he found out that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Not to mention in the lower province, even in the upper province, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. As the only son of the Zhao clan, whether it was his father or his grandfather, they would not allow him to take such a risk. Jeer. For some reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn as he stared at Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji's heart jolted when he saw the sudden change in Zhao Deng's expression. Don't tell me, father suspects, I've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and not the ancient devil beast's inheritance? After all, he had a guilty conscience. It was no wonder that Zhao Ji would think that way. However, Zhao Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhao Deng's words. As it turned out, his father did not suspect him of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Jeer, tell me the truth. Since the inheritance that the ancient devil beast left for you improved your cultivation base so quickly, it must have taken a shortcut as well. Don't tell me it's a heartless cultivation method like the devouring dark devil technique? These were Zhao Deng's exact words. If so, father hopes that you can disperse the demonic technique that the demonic beast passed down to you. Father only has one son. You are our Zhao family's only heir. You cannot take the risk. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's words, he secretly rejoiced that he did not reveal the truth. Father, don't worry. Although the cultivation method that the ancient devil beast passed down to me is a little bloody, it's not targeted at humans. It's targeted at savage beasts. The more savage beasts I kill, the more hearts I obtain, and the faster my cultivation speed will be. That's good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deng sighed in relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Father, where's grandfather? Zhao Ji wanted to look for his grandfather, Zhao Jin, but he discovered Zhao Jin was not around. Your grandfather and guardian Gu left the mystical sky mansion and went to the west to look for Zhu Luqi, Zhao Deng replied. Father, Palace Master Zhu? Why are they looking for him? Zhao Ji pretended to be surprised and asked. Zhu Luqi must have obtained the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated, and he has already begun to cultivate it. In the past 2 years, many people have died in the West. Those young women had their vital energy and blood devoured and turned into dried corpses, Zhao Deng said. Currently, Zhu Luqi has become the public enemy in the lower province. All the quasi-third-rate forces, including our mystical sky mansion, have sent out powerhouses to search for him. Everyone is worried that if he continues to cultivate, he'll become like the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression was extremely solemn. However, if Zhu Luqi intends to hide, your grandfather and the others might not be able to find him. Palace Master Zhu has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji was shocked. It seems like he really doesn't care about anything in order to seek revenge. I wonder if Fengbu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, will be able to survive after being killed by him. If Zhu Luqi knows how to conceal himself and doesn't show himself before he raises his cultivation base, it'll be easier for him to kill Fengbu Yi in a few years. Zhao Deng said confidently. After all, he's cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Based on Zhao Deng's words, it was obvious he held the devouring dark devil technique in high regard. Of course, while he was praising the devouring dark devil technique, his eyes were filled with fear. A few days later, a piece of news entered the ears of Zhao Deng and his son. Ling Tian is leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own? Father, is this news true? Zhao Ji asked excitedly as he looked at Zhao Deng. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Although I don't know where he's going, it's true that he's leaving. It's said that when he was chatting with Wang Feixian, a disciple from our Zhao clan overheard it. Haha, good. Zhao Ji's eyes lit up when he learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own. He was extremely excited. In the past, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian and could only resign himself to it. However, he was no longer the same as before. His cultivation base was at the Divine Saint stage, and his strength was not inferior to Guli, who was once the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. In his opinion, with his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Ling Tian. However, that brat from the Gu clan has been contacting the vice mansion masters who have a close relationship with his father and some elders. He's trying to monitor all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan to prevent them from leaving the mystical sky mansion, Zhao Deng said in a deep voice. I really didn't expect that Ling Tian would be able to make Gu Li put in so much effort and use all of his father's connections. He's trying to stop all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan from attacking Ling Tian after he leaves the mystical sky mansion. Monitoring all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan? Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Father, does that include you?
Yes.
Zhao Deng nodded. His expression was grave as he said, his actions have undoubtedly conveyed a message. After 2 years, Ling Tian's strength has improved a lot. He's most likely not afraid of powerhouses below the Divine Saint stage. Unfortunately, your grandfather isn't here. Otherwise, Old Man Gu's connections wouldn't be able to stop him from mobilizing powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. Currently, with Gu Li's actions, the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan won't even be able to leave the mystical sky mansion, let alone attack Ling Tian. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned even more grave. It was so grave that it seemed as though it could drip water at any moment. Father, up until now, I've only revealed the news of me breaking through to the Divine Saint stage to you. You didn't tell anyone else, right? Zhao Ji asked as his eyes flashed fiercely. No, I didn't. Zhao Deng instinctively shook his head in response. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. Ji, how could I have forgotten about you? You're currently at the early Divine Saint stage. Won't it be easy for you to kill Ling Tian? Father, you finally remembered me. Zhao Ji smiled. Haha, that Gu Li. I'm afraid even in his dreams that there would be such a variable like you. The powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan that he has his eyes on aren't all of the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above when your grandfather isn't here. The smile on Zhao Deng's face turned even more radiant. Perhaps, in Gu Li's eyes, I'm still that insignificant refined Saint stage martial cultivator from 2 years ago, right? Zhao Ji said with a mocking smile. Isn't it better this way? Not only can we hide from him, but we can also catch him off guard. Jier, I'll leave Ling Tian to you this time. Haven't you always wanted to kill him to avenge yourself? Zhao Ji asked. Don't worry, father. This time, Ling Tian will definitely die. Zhao Ji said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. I believe in you. I'll wait for your good news. Zhao Ji nodded. A few days went by. In the sky outside the mystical sky mansion's estate, 3 figures stood on 2 sides. On one side was a handsome young man. On the other side, there was a muscular young man and a young woman with peerless beauty. The former was Duan Ling Tian. The latter was Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Are you really going to leave on your own? Wang Fei Xian said with a worried expression on her face. The people from the Zhao clan are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid they'll chase after you and make a move on you as soon as you leave. It's not convenient for them to make a move on you in the mystical sky mansion, but they won't have any qualms outside. Don't worry. Senior brother Gu Li has already made the arrangements. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. During the 3 days you're gone, those who are at the Divine Saint stage or above from the Zhao clan won't be able to leave the mystical sky mansion at all. Gu Li said confidently. Originally, he planned to leave with Duan Ling Tian and head to the Azure Cloud Mansion before heading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. However, Duan Ling Tian rejected him. According to Duan Ling Tian, even if Gu Li wanted to leave, he should inform his father, Gu Xiayun, first. Moreover, he would stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a while before heading to the upper province. Chapter 1824. Those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan won't be able to leave the mystical sky mansion? Wang Fei Xian did not doubt Gu Li's words at all. No matter what, Gu Li was the son of Guardian Gu Xiayun. He could get many powerhouses to help him stop those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. However, to her surprise, Gu Li only stopped those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan from leaving the mystical sky mansion. Guli's actions undoubtedly conveyed another message. Ling Tian was not afraid of those below the divine saint stage. Yuve broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Wang Fei Xian asked in surprise as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Wang Fei Xian asked this because she already knew Duan Lingtian's true origin was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was able to cast true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. His strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. So fast. Wang Fei Xian was deeply affected. 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was the same as hers. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but she was only at the threshold of the mastery refined saint stage. Her cultivation base was still at the intermediate refined saint stage. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This was how Wang Fei Xian felt at this moment. Fast. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian was noncommittal. Although only 2 years had passed in the outside world, 7 to 8 years had passed in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Using 7 to 8 years to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage was considered slow in Duan Lingtian's opinion. Naturally, it did not mean that his innate talent was not good enough. If he had cultivated at a normal speed, he would have already broken through to the early eminent saint stage. The reason he hadn't broken through was because Hua Lao had stopped him in time when he was about to break through. According to Hua Lao's words, he didn't need to rush to break through to the great sage realm. When he was at the peak of the refined saint stage, he could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and convert it into true origin before fusing it with the golden crow's wings hidden in his body to further temper them. After tempering for a period of time, the golden crow's wings would undergo a transformation and become the second form. When he broke through to the great saint realm in the future, the second form of the golden crow wings would be much faster than the first form. The best time to transform the golden crow's wings from the first form to the second form was at the peak of the great saint stage. This was because the true origin of the peak of the great saint stage would not burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. If it was at the divine saint stage, it would be much more difficult to transform the first form of the golden crow's wings. On top of that, it would be extremely risky. This was because the divine saint stage's energy would burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. It would only be a waste of effort when tempering it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian believed Hua Lao's words without a doubt. For this reason, when he reached the critical point between the peak of the refined saint stage and the early eminent saint stage, he decisively stopped and did not complete the final breakthrough. At this time, the sun true origin in his body was comparable to the true origin at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It could perfectly temper the golden crow's wings and transform it into the second form. To put it simply, the reason Duan Lingtian did not rush to break through to the eminent saint stage was because he wanted to temper the golden crow's wings and lay a good foundation for it. According to Hua Lao, if I temper the golden crow's wings to the second form, I'll break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, my speed will be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse when I cast the golden crow's wings. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. In fact, when he had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, his sun true origin was only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. If he did not rely on external forces, his strength would only be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. However, once he cast the second form of the golden crow's wings, his speed would be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. This meant that at that time, even an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse would not be able to stop him. The tempering of the golden crow's wings has already reached the final stage. It won't take long before it transforms to the second form. At that time, I won't have to suppress my cultivation base anymore, and I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt excited again. The golden crow's wings was a divine ability that Hua Lao had directly passed down to him. He did not even need to spend any effort to comprehend and cultivate it. This was because Hua Lao had already planted the golden crow's wings in his body. All he needed to do was to transform the golden crow's wings into different forms. Naturally, strictly speaking, this was also considered as cultivation. However, it was different from the cultivation method of ordinary divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the golden crow's wings. Are you really confident about defeating those below the divine saint stage? Wang Fei Xian was still worried. Of course, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Currently, the Sun true origin in his body was no weaker than the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Coupled with his powerful body and many other trump cards, he was not afraid of anyone below the divine saint stage. Naturally, if he used the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he might even be able to kill an ordinary divine saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian left under the watchful eyes of Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. Both of them only shifted their gazes away when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. Senior brother Gu Li, do you know where he's going to look for his family? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Gu Li. She only knew Duan Lingtian was going to reunite with his family. She knew nothing else. Not only did she not know Ling Tian's real name was Duan Ling Tian, but she also did not know Duan Ling Tian's family was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. She did not know Duan Ling Tian's father was the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. I'm not too sure as well. Gu Li shook his head. Before obtaining permission from his junior brother, Ling Tian, he would not reveal any information about his junior brother, Ling Tian, including his true identity and background. After the two of them parted ways, Gu Li returned to the main mansion while Wang Fei Xian returned to the Heaven Palace. When the two of them returned, the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan were eager to make a move. However, the elders from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above discovered they could not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate at all since they were being watched and blocked by someone. Kongxiu, why are you blocking my way? One of the mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan glared at another mystical Sky Mansion's elder and shouted, Zhao Wei, I've been asked by someone not to let you leave the mystical Sky Mansion for the next 3 days. If you insist on leaving, you'll have to defeat me first. Kongxiu said nonchalantly when faced with Zhao Wei's question. Although Kongxiu was not a disciple of the Gu clan, he had received the favor of guardian Gu Xiaiyun when he was young. He had always been grateful to Gu Xiaiyun. For this reason, he was duty-bound to fulfill the request of Gu Li, Gu Xiaiyun's son. Zhao Wei's expression was extremely grave. He knew he was not a match for Kongxiu. Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The powerhouses who were watching the elders from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above were slightly stronger than the person they were watching. They had completely suppressed the other party. Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng was stopped by a person when he tried to leave. The person who stopped him was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qian Ping Sheng. Palace Master Qian, that Gu Li managed to get you to help him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw the person who stopped him was Qian Ping Sheng. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. This was because he did not expect the person who would stop him from leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate would be Qian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace. In fact, in the mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the 4 palaces were in charge of their own affairs. They did not belong to the Zhao clan or the Gu clan. I owe Guardian Gu a favor. Qian Ping Sheng's reply was simple. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I don't want to fight with you. 3 days later, no matter where you want to go, I won't stop you. Humph. Zhao Deng snorted and decisively returned to his residence. He knew very well that with Qian Ping Sheng stopping him, it was impossible for him to leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Gu Li, I'm afraid you didn't expect that my son has already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Deng's face when he returned to his residence. He mocked Gu Li for being too naive. Did he think he would be fine just because he stopped the Divine Saint stage powerhouses from the Zhao clan? Who knew the Zhao clan still had a trump card up their sleeves? At this time, Ji should have left the mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian, right? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. Ling Tian, your good days are over. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, Guli would not expect Zhao Ji, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage 2 years ago, to have broken through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. If he knew about this, he would have personally watched Zhao Ji. It was precisely because nobody knew Zhao Ji was already a divine saint stage powerhouse that he was able to leave the mystical sky mansion without any obstructions. In front of Zhao Ji, many mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were ranked on the mystical sky ranking had already set off to chase after Duan Lingtian. These people were all confident in their own strength. Moreover, they were all at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above. 2 years ago, outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Kuan with his strength at the intermediate eminent saint stage. This caused those mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan whose strength was not at the intermediate eminent saint stage to give up on the idea of making a move against him. What a joke. An intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse was not someone they could fight against. Among the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were chasing after Duan Lingtian, Zhao Dong, who was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking, was among them. Zhao Dong was the mystical sky mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan whom Guli had taught a lesson to when Guli came to look for Duan Lingtian a few days ago. Chapter 1825. Ling Tian. Zhao Dong took the lead and was the first to catch up to Duan Lingtian. He blocked Duan Lingtian's path. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the mystical sky mansion, he noticed a long tail following behind him. If he used his true speed and traveled at full speed, these tails would not be able to catch up to him. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do that. He knew very well what the purpose of the group of people behind him was. They wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he would grant them their wish and give them a chance. Due to this reason, he intentionally slowed down after leaving the mystical sky mansion. The powerhouses at the divine saint stage or above from the Zhao clan were restricted by the people Guli. Due to this reason, he was not worried about encountering any troublesome people. I recognize you. You're Zhao Dong, ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. However, didn't you feel good after being thrown to the ground previously? Haven't you learned your lesson? Duan Lingtian recognized Zhao Dong immediately when he was blocked by him. A few days ago, at the entrance of his courtyard, Guli had easily defeated the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were monitoring him. Zhao Dong was one of them as well. In the end, it was only because he did not pursue the matter that Guli did not make any further moves. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhao Dong would come and stop him again in just a few days. It was obvious he did not take what had happened that day to heart. He did not learn his lesson. Lingtian, what are you so smug about? Guli isn't by your side today. Faced with Duan Lingtian's mocking smile, Zhao Dong recalled how he was humiliated by Guli a few days ago. He was instantly enraged. What? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because senior brother Guli isn't by my side? The mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not disappear. Instead, it became even more intense. His eyes were filled with disdain. You are courting death. Zhao Dong couldn't restrain himself any longer when faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, and he shouted angrily before his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. He was like a cannonball that left the barrel as he swiftly blasted towards Duan Lingtian. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Dong's speed was as fast as the wind and thunder. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rang out one after another. Circles of ripples also appeared in the void and spread outwards. The ripples spread out, setting off waves of rolling airwaves. The airwaves spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that blew against the robes of the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had just arrived. Go! I can't let Zhao Dong beat me to it. Kill Lingtian. As long as I kill him, I can become the adopted son of Lord Protector and become an existence on equal footing with the Vice Palace Master. Kill! When the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had just arrived saw Zhao Dong attacking Duan Lingtian without any warning, horror dawned on them. In the next instant, amidst a series of sharp cries, they also charged forward like a swarm of bees. It was as though they were afraid they would not even be able to drink the soup if they were too slow. Naturally, there were also some mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who were slower to react and followed behind. These people, without exception, were all weaker existences at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Before they could catch up with the others, they came to a halt again. All of them stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. It was as though their bodies were filled with lead, and they could no longer move at all. What a bunch of mobs! Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, spat out indifferently. The moment his words left his mouth, a dazzling true origin surged out of his body. The true origin was as dazzling as the sun. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into hundreds of golden sword rays that swept out in all directions, attacking indiscriminately. Apart from Zhao Dong, who managed to dodge the attack in a wretched manner, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were at the mastery eminent saint stage from the Zhao clan could not dodge the attack at all. All of them were pierced by the golden sword ray that was as bright as the sun and turned into a beehive. He has also broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage. Although Zhao Dong managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, horror dawned on his face. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent sage stage, although he had just broken through a few days ago, he could still clearly sense that Ling Tian's true origin was of the same level as his true origin. They were both at the peak of the eminent sage stage. Although both of them had true origins at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the speed and control of Ling Tian's true origin was not something he could compare to. Apart from that, the hundreds of sword rays that shot out from Ling Tian's body seemed chaotic, but in truth, they were all brilliant sword techniques. At the very least, the martial techniques he mastered were not as brilliant as this. At this moment, Zhao Dong also realized that although he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage like Ling Tian, he was far from being a match for Ling Tian. With Ling Tian's strength, he could be considered one of the best among all the powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage in the Debussy subterranean. In the distance, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, who did not make it in time, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. At this moment, they felt a little relieved. Fortunately, they had not broken through to the mastery eminent saint stage yet. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the group of people who were pierced like a hornet's nest. Boom, boom, boom. As the corpses of the group of mastery eminent saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan fell to the ground, the remaining mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan regained their senses one after another. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. It was the same even for Zhao Dong. At this moment, Zhao Dong no longer had the arrogance he had before. His eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the strength Duan Lingtian displayed made him lose all will to fight. This was because he was no match for Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Even if he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. If Duan Lingtian was at the 3rd grade, then he was at the 9th grade. He could not be compared to him at all. Zhao Dong, didn't you say I was seeking death? Why aren't you moving? After a long while, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Dong indifferently and took the initiative to break the silence. Hearing this, Zhao Dong was reminded of his previous arrogance, and his face immediately turned red. He felt that his previous actions were so laughable, to actually think that Ling Tian was an existence that he could trample on. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Dong had no reaction, his eyes gleamed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. When Zhao Dong saw the killing intent that flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, horror dawned on his face as he said in a panic, Ling Tian, I was blind to not recognize you. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I promise I won't make an enemy out of you in the future. I promise. Really. I promise. When Zhao Dong reached the end of his sentence, he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not seem to be going away. He lowered his body and actually knelt in the air as he begged for mercy in a panic. Ling Tian, Please let me go this time. I beg you. I beg you. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Zhao Dong with disdain when they saw how cowardly he was. Naturally, there were also a small number of people who understood Zhao Dong's actions. They felt it was understandable for him to do this in order to survive. Humph. Faced with Zhao Dong, who seemed like a completely different person, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with hatred. With a raise of his hand, a dazzling golden sword ray shot out like a blazing sun as it swept toward Zhao Dong. Although Zhao Dong was kneeling on the ground, he remained vigilant. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, he noticed it and made his move in time to block it. However, Zhao Dong, who had just broken through to the peak of the Eminent Saint stage a few days ago, could not even control his true origin perfectly. How could he block Duan Lingtian's attack? The sword light that was like a scorching sun swept past, first shattering Zhao Dong's attack, then fusing into Zhao Dong's body without losing any momentum. With a shio sound, the sword light pierced through Zhao Dong's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere, like red roses blooming in the air, dazzling and eye-catching. Zhao Dong's body trembled violently as blood spurted out from his chest. His face was pale as he extended his trembling hand to point at Duan Lingtian. However, before he could even straighten his hand, he breathed his last breath. Dead. Even Zhao Dong, who was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, had died. The remaining mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were horrified. However, none of them ran away. None of them was willing to be the one who stood out. The one who stood out usually did not live long. None of them were hot-headed, so they naturally understood this. Just as they were looking at Duan Lingtian anxiously, waiting for Duan Lingtian's decision, Duan Lingtian, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils, merely glanced at them indifferently before continuing on his journey. He left just like that? A mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, who was drenched in cold sweat, muttered to himself when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. What else can he do? Don't tell me you hope he'll make a move on us? Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan asked with a pale expression. It's a good thing our cultivation base is lower so our speed is slower. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only ones lying on the ground. Another mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan said fearfully when he saw the corpses on the ground. Upon hearing his words, the others agreed with him fearfully as well. Is this Ling Tian's doing? At this moment, a voice resonated in the air, giving the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan a fright. Initially, they thought it was Ling Tian who had returned. However, when they turned their heads to look, they were certain it was not Ling Tian who had returned. It was their little junior brother. I'm asking all of you. When he saw the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not reply for a long time after hearing his question, his expression turned grave as he asked again. The moment he arrived, he saw the corpses on the ground. Those corpses were all familiar faces to him because they were all members of the Zhao family. He's the one who did this. That Ling Tian is a freak. In less than 2 years, his strength has already reached the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Chapter 1826. The Peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Upon hearing the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes. He was shocked, but at the same time, he rejoiced. It's a good thing I've already entered the Divine Saint stage. Otherwise, I might not have been able to kill Ling Tian today. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Zhao Ji's figure flashed and disappeared before their eyes. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was so fast that it seemed as though he had disappeared before their eyes. Little junior brother's speed. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Although those who were lucky enough to survive were only at the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, they were still at the intermediate Eminent Saint stage. Even if a powerhouse at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage or the peak of the Eminent Saint stage unleashed his full speed, it was impossible for him to disappear before their eyes. Only a powerhouse at the Divine Saint stage or above would be able to appear and disappear before their eyes. Naturally, there was another possibility. He might have used a Dao talisman. Among the Dao talismans, there were some high-grade escape Dao talismans. Once they were used, it was not difficult for them to disappear before the eyes of a group of intermediate eminent Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators. I've long known that Lord Guardian and Lord Vice Mansion Master dote on Little Junior Brother a lot. The escaped Dao talisman Little Junior Brother used earlier must have been given to him by Lord Guardian or Lord Vice Mansion Master. It must be an extremely high-grade Dao talisman to be able to make him disappear. He used such a high-grade escaped Dao talisman so casually. Little Junior Brother is really rich. Comparisons are odious. Why is it that Little Junior Brother is doted on the moment he was born? There's always someone who prepared everything for him. On the other hand, we can only rely on ourselves. From the beginning until the end, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not think Zhao Ji was a divine saint stage powerhouse at all. This was because as members of the Zhao clan, they knew Zhao Ji's background very well. Although Zhao Ji's innate talent was not bad, in their opinion, he had only broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage at most. They did not even dare to think about breaking through to the eminent saint stage, let alone the divine saint stage, because that was something that they subconsciously felt was impossible. If Zhao Ji did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, perhaps the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan would have thought the same. Unfortunately, Zhao Ji had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. After devouring a large amount of young women's vital essence and blood, his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. Far ahead, Duan Lingtian continued on his way. This time, he didn't deliberately suppress the sun true essence in his body and traveled at full speed. The speed that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage made him seem like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel. Wherever he passed, the clouds, mist, and airflow avoided him. Looking from afar, it was as if a heavenly road had been opened up to the south. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located in the south. When did I start to feel compassion for those who want to kill me? Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Previously, he could have waited for the intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan to get close to him before making his move to kill them. However, at the moment the Zhao clan's late eminent sage realm disciples pounced on him, even he did not know why he was suddenly compassionate. He took the initiative to kill the group of Zhao clan's late eminent sage realm disciples who pounced on him. As for the group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan, he merely used his aura as a warning and did not make a move on them. If it was in the past, he would not have spared those who wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm in a good mood because I'm going to be reunited with father and mother soon? That's why I feel compassion for them unknowingly. In the end, this was the only explanation Duan Lingtian could come up with. Swoosh. Without warning, a thunderous sound resonated from behind Duan Lingtian. Based on the sound, it was getting closer and closer to him. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian, who was traveling at full speed using his sun true origin, was horrified when he heard the sound that was getting closer and closer to him. In fact, his current speed could be considered as fast among all the powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the speed of the person who was chasing after him was a level faster than him. Divine Saint Stage Powerhouse. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed who was chasing after him. Only a powerhouse at the Divine Saint Stage or above could have such a fast speed. Didn't Senior Brother Guli ask someone to restrict the powerhouses at the quintessential Saint Stage and above from the Zhao clan? How come there's still a fish that slipped through the net? Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly grave, but he did not panic. This was because he discovered that although the speed of the person chasing after him was fast, it was not to the point where he could not accept it. If I'm not mistaken, the person who's chasing after me is most likely an early Divine Saint Stage powerhouse. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he calmed down. If he did not have the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might be slightly fearful of an early Divine Saint Stage powerhouse. However, since he possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill an early Divine Saint Stage powerhouse. Due to the fact that there was a huge gap between the Divine Saint stage and the Eminent Saint stage, he would need to mobilize at least 50% of the Sun True Origin in his body to kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. If there are more than 3 early Divine Saint stage powerhouses, it might be a little troublesome. But now, Devil Chi? This early Divine Saint stage powerhouse is a devil cultivator? As the person chasing after him got closer and closer to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel an oppressive aura surging from behind him. At the same time, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring began to tremble for no reason. He immediately regained his senses. The early Divine Saint stage powerhouse chasing after him was a devil cultivator. After confirming the person chasing after him was a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. If the person was not a devil cultivator, he would need to exhaust 50% of the Sun True Origin in his body and use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill him. However, now that he had confirmed the person was a devil cultivator, he did not even need to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. With the Sun True Origin in his body that was comparable to the True Origin at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, he could kill any devil cultivator below the Refined Saint stage by activating the Devil Seal tablet. I'd like to see who this unlucky person is. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he came to a halt and turned around to look into the distance. In the distance, a figure that was shrouded in vast devil chi was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could only see an afterimage. Strange pupil. After activating the strange pupil, the figure of the person became clearer. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the person's face. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Lingtian, it seems like you already know you can't escape. An early Divine Saint stage powerhouse said coldly as he stood near Duan Lingtian. It's you. Duan Lingtian was stunned because he recognized the early Divine Saint stage powerhouse who had caught up to him. He was familiar with the person. Before this, he did not expect the early Divine Saint stage powerhouse who was chasing after him would be this person. Zhao Ji. He was the grandson of Zhao Jin, one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian still remembered Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator 2 years ago. However, in less than 2 years, his cultivation base had already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage, and he had even become a devil cultivator. Even though Duan Lingtian had seen a lot, he could not help but feel shocked by such a ridiculous cultivation speed. Lingtian, you didn't expect it to be me, right? When Zhao Ji saw the astonished expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He could not help but feel elated. It's only been less than 2 years, but you've already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage from the intermediate refined Saint stage. It seems like you must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. The shocked expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. Lingtian, I, Zhao Ji, have been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, I'll settle the score with you. Zhao Ji's eyes were red as he spoke. He sounded a little hysterical when he reached the end of his sentence. He remembered how Duan Lingtian had humiliated him by slapping him twice in public at the peak of the Heaven Palace. He remembered how he had only stayed in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 days before he was kicked out by Duan Lingtian. Rage filled Zhao Ji's chest. He was on the verge of exploding. Settle the score? Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Zhao Ji's hysteria. How do you want to settle the score? What else? Naturally, I want you to die. However, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll slowly torture you and cut you into pieces until you bleed to the last drop of blood. Zhao Ji's eyes were red. He was crazy and paranoid. You want me to die? Don't say I'm looking down on you. Do you even have the ability to do that? Duan Lingtian sneered. He did not regret what he had done to Zhao Ji in the past. If Zhao Ji did not act so overbearing and bully him, he would not have bothered to lower himself to Zhao Ji's level. There were so many people in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to target Zhao Ji alone, right? Due to this reason, he did not regret what he had done in the past. Ling Tian, you're still as arrogant as before. You've also said that I'm currently at the early Divine Saint stage. Early Divine Saint stage. Isn't it easy for an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse like me to kill a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent Saint stage like you? Chapter 1827. In less than 2 years, you've broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage, and even became a devil cultivator. Zhao Ji, don't tell me you've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhao Ji with a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the soaring devil qi on Zhao Ji's body paused for a moment. Then, as though he had no intention of hiding his identity, he said frankly, "So what if I did?" "You're right." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhao Ji's confirmation. In fact, he had only asked casually. After all, the Debussy subterranean was so big that it was filled with all sorts of strange things. It was normal for one to have a fortuitous encounter. However, Zhao Ji's words had undoubtedly admitted that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. "Since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace and our mystical Sky Mansion, are my connections. Not only did Zhu Luqi obtain the devouring dark devil technique, but so did I. In Zhao Ji's opinion, there was no way Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Due to this reason, he was not afraid Duan Lingtian would spread the news." "I see." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, does this mean that the commotion in the remote area in the west in the past 2 years, and the young women who were turned into dried corpses were not Palace Master Zhu's doing? That's right. It was me and Zhu Luqi who turned those young women into dried corpses. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he never touched those virgins while I like virgins the most. Because devouring the vital blood and essence of virgins would allow my cultivation to advance even more swiftly. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he licked his dry lips as though he had not had enough. His eyes shone like a hungry wolf. "Bastard." Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. "Aren't you afraid you'll become the public enemy for cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The public enemy is Zhu Luqi. As for me, in the eyes of others, I'm just a lucky person who obtained the inheritance of an ancient devil beast." Zhao Ji smiled smugly. "Aren't you afraid I'll spread the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked, "Spread the news? You'll have to survive today." Zhao Ji sneered disdainfully. "Lingtian, your innate talent is indeed very strong. If you continue to grow, you'll definitely become a prodigy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. You're the one who ruined yourself." Zhao Ji's words were filled with confidence. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. "If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so," Duan Lingtian said coldly. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhao Ji boasting so shamelessly. "Don't worry. I've said before that I won't kill you in a hurry. I'll slowly toy with you until you're dead." Zhao Ji's tone turned colder as the devil qi on his body rose. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated in the air. Zhao Ji, who was shrouded in devil qi, seemed to have transformed into a peerless devil god. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! He threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. It was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. The attack that was as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air, a layer of golden sword rays appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was none other than the colossal sword bell. Apart from that, most of the sword rays swept toward Zhao Ji's punch that was shrouded in devil qi. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Break!" Zhao Ji shouted loudly. The energy in his fist rose again. It easily suppressed Duan Lingtian's attack and continued to sweep toward Duan Lingtian. What a powerful force! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could deeply feel the strength of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. It was not something he could fight against at this moment. At the very least, he was no match for Zhao Ji if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge Zhao Ji's punch after probing his strength. However, no matter how fast he was, Zhao Ji's punch was even faster. Bang! Although Zhao Ji's punch did not land accurately on Duan Lingtian's body, it still made contact with the colossal sword bell that rose from the surface of his body. In just an instant, the colossal sword bell was crushed into pieces. It did not even have time to react. Since the colossal sword bell was crushed, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian suffered a backlash. Coupled with the force of Zhao Ji's punch that landed on his body, he was sent flying. Duan Lingtian was sent flying like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize his body after he was sent flying 100 meters away. However, the vital energy and blood in his body were still in turmoil. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were more or less injured. This was due to his powerful physical body. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries when faced with Zhao Ji's thunderous punch. Zhao Ji was slightly surprised when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only slightly injured. Although his punch earlier did not hit Duan Lingtian's body, the force that swept toward Duan Lingtian was definitely not weak. Logically speaking, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he should be severely injured. However, based on the current situation, his punch had only caused Duan Lingtian to suffer a minor injury. That's good as well. I can play for a little longer. Zhao Ji grinned smugly. It was obvious that he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a piece of meat on his chopping board. Lingtian, is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. At the same time, Zhao Ji did not forget to provoke Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. A haughty expression appeared between his brows. Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's provocation, Duan Lingtian, who had finally caught his breath, was not provoked at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Since you've been so honest with me and told me everything, I feel that I shouldn't hide too much from you because that would be unfair to you." At this point, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stone tablet under Zhao Ji's watchful eyes. That steel was missing a corner. However, there were many densely carved characters on it. These words were cryptic and difficult to understand. In any case, Duan Lingtian did not recognize a single one of them. At this moment, the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand trembled violently as if it wanted to break free from Duan Lingtian's control. Zhao Ji did not know why, but when Duan Lingtian took out the stone tablet with a missing corner, a sense of panic rose in his heart. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he could not show it in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after that, Zhao Ji's attention shifted to something else. He could clearly see Ling Tian's face that he hated to the core suddenly contorted before it transformed into another handsome face. It looks familiar. When Zhao Ji saw this handsome face, this thought appeared in his mind for no reason. In his memory, he seemed to have seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Actually, Ling Tian is just my name. My surname isn't Ling, it's Duan. Then, Duan Lingtian's words resonated in Zhao Ji's ears. Ling Tian is just a name? Not Ling? Duan? Why are you telling me all this? When Zhao Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively opened his mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened abruptly, and he had a shocked expression on his face as he muttered, "Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Isn't he the person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the rumors?" I remember now. At the same time, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, he also recognized Duan Lingtian's face. This face is exactly the same as the face of the person in the portrait that was circulated in the lower province. The person in the portrait is none other than Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You're Duan Lingtian? When Zhao Ji finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, his gaze landed on the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He could not help but have a horrifying thought in his mind. He's Duan Lingtian. Then, don't tell me this chipped stone tablet that makes my heart palpitate is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The Devil Seal Tablet? The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great divine weapons ranking. Anyone who obtained it would be able to kill a devil cultivator who was a stage higher than them. He's at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Then, he can kill all devil cultivators below the refined saint stage with the Devil Seal Tablet. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, his eyes widened. He was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He felt as though God was playing a joke on him. He cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and his cultivation base had finally entered the divine saint stage after much difficulty. He had even surpassed Ling Tian, who hated him to the core. However, now that he was about to get his revenge, Duan Lingtian actually took out a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian was sent by God to restrain me? Zhao Ji's heart was filled with shame and indignation. At this moment, he felt as though there was a saying in his heart, since there's a jade tablet, why is there a jade tablet? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Ji's expression changing drastically when his gaze landed on the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand, his expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also guessed Zhao Ji had recognized the Devil Seal Tablet. He could not help but ask mockingly, "What? You recognize it? Why aren't you saying anything? Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me to death slowly? Didn't you say you're going to cut me into 1,000 pieces?" Duan Lingtian sneered. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the Devil Seal Tablet and exposed his identity, the situation at the scene had undergone a tremendous change. Zhao Ji, who originally had the upper hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 1828. No. Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? How could this Ling Tian be that Duan Ling Tian? Zhao Ji found it difficult to accept this. If this Ling Tian was really that Duan Ling Tian, then the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand would be one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal Tablet. With Ling Tian's strength, he could even suppress a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage with the help of the Devil Seal Tablet. However, he was only an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, Zhao Ji wished Ling Tian was lying to him. However, the fear he felt from the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was real. It was not a psychological effect. It's over. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Ji nonchalantly. He did not intend to waste his breath on Zhao Ji any longer. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and raised the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand. The Sun True Origin in his body surged out and merged with the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet began to tremble even more violently. Waves of black mist also surged out of the demon sealing tombstone and swirled around it. In the end, it solidified into bolts of black lightning that sent chills down one's spine. When the Devil Seal Tablet's aura surged out, even if one was not a devil cultivator, one would feel chills down one's spine, let alone a devil cultivator who was restrained by the Devil Seal Tablet. When Duan Ling Tian merged his true origin with the Devil Seal Tablet, Zhao Ji discovered he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. He could not even muster the will to resist in the face of this aura. Apart from that, he discovered the energy in his body had stagnated. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. No, Zhao Ji was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was 100% certain the inconspicuous stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was the Devil Seal Tablet. If it was not the Devil Seal Tablet, it would not be able to restrain him like this. Ling Tian's true identity was indeed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I shouldn't have bullied you. You should have hit me. You should have kicked me out of the St. Martial secret zone. I should have kicked you. I should have kicked you. As long as you don't kill me, I won't expose your identity. I won't hold a grudge against you in the future, and I won't seek revenge against you. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. I swear. I swear by the lightning penalty oath. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. Faced with Duanling Tian, who was about to throw the Devil Seal tablet at him, Zhaoji had no choice but to admit defeat no matter how much he hated Duanling Tian. If he did not submit and the Devil Seal tablet came crashing down on him, he would definitely die. In the face of death, Zhaoji, who valued his life more than anything else, only had one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to survive. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. At this moment, even if Zhaoji was asked to kill his father and grandfather, as long as he could survive, he would do it. Under the suppression of the Devil Seal tablet, it was useless even if the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated had the soul congregation technique recorded in it. This was because the Devil Seal tablet mainly targeted the soul. Once it attacked a devil cultivator, it would immediately crush the devil cultivator's soul. In the face of the Devil Seal tablet's attack, the soul congregation technique was useless. However, in the face of Zhaoji's begging and submission, Duanling Tian completely ignored him. Without saying a word, he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it at Zhaoji. Boom! The moment the demon sealing tombstone made its move, space shook and ripples spread out like ripples. A vast wave of energy also surged out, and the surrounding clouds were all dispersed. It was as though something had exploded. Whoosh! The sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air wherever the Devil Seal tablet passed. In just a blink of an eye, it was already close to Zhaoji. No. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who had a look of despair on his face, could only let out a silent cry in his heart. After he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it out, Duanling Tian looked on coldly from the side. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to kill Zhaoji with the Devil Seal tablet that was powered by his Sun True origin. There was no doubt that Zhaoji would die. Rumble. However, when the Devil Seal tablet was close to Zhaoji and was about to kill him, a loud noise resonated in the air again. Along with the noise, a wave of devil chi that was even more majestic surged into the sky. Who's there? When Duanling Tian heard the loud noise and sensed the powerful devil chi, he immediately took out the Jasper celestial sword and looked at the sky warily. The loud noise was caused by a wave of energy that tore through the sky. The wave of energy was extremely powerful and contained a shocking amount of devil chi. It was obvious that a powerful devil cultivator who was hiding in the dark had made his move. Whoosh! At the same time, the Devil Seal tablet that was just a foot away from Zhaoji and was about to kill him seemed to have sensed something. It paused in the air for a moment as though inertia did not exist to it. However, after pausing for a moment, it did not change its target. It continued to charge toward Zhaoji. At this moment, under Duanling Tian's gaze, a graceful figure appeared in his field of vision like a bolt of lightning. As soon as the figure appeared, it charged toward Duanling Tian as fast as it could. It's her. The graceful figure grew larger and larger in Duanling Tian's field of vision. At the same time, the person's face was clearly seen by Duanling Tian. It did not cross Duanling Tian's mind that he would see this woman here. Although the woman's appearance had changed slightly after so many years, he still recognized her with just a glance. This woman was none other than the uneducated eldest young miss he had met in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Ouyang Ruo, the eldest young miss of the Ouyang clan in Han River City. Because of Ouyang Ruo, he had a huge conflict with the Ouyang clan. However, he heard that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated. Initially, he thought Ouyang Ruo was done for. He did not expect her to be alive and standing in front of him. Moreover, after so many years, Ouyang Ruo's strength seemed to be even more powerful than his. No, not only was she more powerful than him, but even Zhaoji was no match for her. In fact, Ouyang Ruo was far weaker than him back then. This Ouyang Ruo, what kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? A few years ago, she was no match for me, but today, her cultivation base is even stronger than the intermediate divine saint stage. At this moment, many thoughts appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Duanling Tian, you've caused the annihilation of my Ouyang clan and my brother's tragic death. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother and the Ouyang clan. At the same time, a cold woman's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Ouyang Rua's voice. In just a blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could react, Ouyang Rua had already arrived in front of him. She was only a foot away from him as she stared at him with bloodshot eyes. A vast energy rose from her body along with the monstrous devil chi, pressuring Duan Lingtian. She's a devil cultivator as well. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt the danger, he secretly gasped. Whoosh! As though it had sensed the danger its master, Duan Lingtian, was in, the devil seal tablet that was supposed to continue killing Zhao Ji suddenly turned around and charged at Ouyang Rua when it was only a finger's distance away from Zhao Ji. Die! At the moment before the devil seal tablet turned around and charged toward Ouyang Rua, a narrow saber appeared in Ouyang Rua's hand out of thin air. The narrow saber contained a monstrous devil chi and a powerful force as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Ouyang Rua's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, she only had eyes for Duan Lingtian. She even ignored the devil seal tablet that was charging at her. It was obvious she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, even if she had to risk her life. In her opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, her Ouyang clan would not have been annihilated, and her brother would not have been sent to that damned place to die. She would not have been tortured in that damned place and barely escaped death before she managed to obtain the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator. It was precisely because she had obtained the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator hidden in the nether ridge that Wang Fei Xian's cultivation base had soared in just a few years. Currently, she had already entered the Mastery Divine Saint stage. She was 2 levels stronger than Zhao Ji. As Ouyang Rua's saber charged at him, Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure. This pressure caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. After all, he had made the first move. Even though the devil seal tablet was fast, it would be difficult for it to suppress Ouyang Rua before her saber touched Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the devil seal tablet could not save Duan Lingtian. At the very least, it could not save him at this moment. Jasper Celestial Sword. It's all up to you now. When Ouyang Rua had appeared and revealed her strength at the intermediate Divine Saint stage, Duan Lingtian had already raised his guard. The 99 saint veins in his body had also circulated the Sun True Origin in his hand and was ready to attack. When Duan Lingtian saw Ouyang Rua's saber charging at him, he immediately circulated the Sun True Origin that he had been accumulating and channeled it into the Jasper Celestial Sword without any reservation. This was because his life was at stake. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. For this reason, Duan Lingtian circulated the Sun True Origin that was channeled into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was almost all of the Sun True Origin in his body. Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin had completely merged with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was as though a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage had channeled all of his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It caused the Jasper Celestial Sword to shine brightly and emit a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of solid golden sword energy appeared around the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1829. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Ouyang Rua noticed the unusual sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, she did not think much of Duan Lingtian's sword. In her opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Even if he had the famous Super Saint weapon, the 9 Cloud Sword, on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it would be impossible for him to block her attack. This was the confidence she had as a Mastery Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. If it was not for the fact that she was afraid of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, she would not have hidden in the dark and waited for an opportunity to make her move. It was only when Zhao Ji appeared and attracted the Devil Seal tablet's attention that she realized this was the best opportunity for her to make her move. Due to this reason, when she saw the Devil Seal tablet did not abandon Zhao Ji after she had tested its reaction with her attack, she seized the opportunity to make her move. She was prepared to perish together with Duan Lingtian. Wang. The saber in Ouyang Rua's hand slashed across the sky like a silver moon before it collided with the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Both of them collided violently. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. As the energy from the saber in Ouyang Rua's hand collided with the energy from the Jasper celestial sword, the air trembled as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out and set off violent winds. Impossible. When Ouyang Rua discovered the energy from Duan Lingtian's sword was slightly stronger than the energy from the saber in her hand, horror dawned on her immediately. This was because she had never thought something like this would happen. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Since when was the strength of a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage strong enough to fight a mastery divine saint stage devil cultivator? At this moment, Ouyang Rua did not even think about the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, Zhao Ji, who was abandoned by the Devil Seal tablet in the distance, did not even have the time to think or see what was going on. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the distance like a ghost, far away from the place where Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Rua were fighting. Poochie! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword had broken the saber in Ouyang Rua's hand. Then, like a venomous snake, it viciously bit towards Ouyang Rua. After all, Ouyang Rua was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword was running out of energy, she managed to dodge the fatal attack from the Jasper celestial sword. However, even though she managed to dodge the Jasper celestial sword's fatal attack, the Devil Seal tombstone had also arrived. Boom! The Devil Seal tombstone shot through the air like a mountain and crashed down on Ouyang Rua. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress her. No! Ouyang Rua's eyes were filled with unwillingness when she saw the Devil Seal tablet that was charging at her and Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with a pale face and tottering body. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. She exerted all her strength to activate the broken saber in her hand. She wanted to throw the saber out and kill Duan Lingtian before the Devil Seal tombstone could suppress her. She was confident that once the broken saber in her hand was thrown out, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. This was her last chance. Unfortunately, just as Ouyang Rua was about to activate the energy in her body and send it into the broken saber, the energy in her hand suddenly surged out. At this moment, the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal tombstone had already enveloped her body. The raging energy surged into her mind as though it was free of charge, directly destroying her soul. With her soul destroyed, Ouyang Rua's body was, naturally, a walking corpse. The broken saber in her hand that was about to be thrown out fell from her hand. Huff, 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 huff. In the distance, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves immediately relaxed when he saw Ouyang Rua being killed by the Devil Seal tombstone. He panted heavily. Oh no, that Zhao Ji ran away. After taking a few deep breaths and recovering slightly, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced into the distance. When he saw that there was no one there, his expression changed drastically. The Devil Seal tombstone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tombstone seemed to be able to sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. The flashing black lightning around its body became even more intense and raging. Then, it started to spin in the air as if it was searching for something or confirming the direction. Whoosh! After a short moment, under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the Devil Seal tablet suddenly shook before it seemed to have transformed into a meteor that soared through the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The Devil Seal tombstone was chasing in the direction that Zhao Ji had escaped. Zhao Ji, after putting away Ouyang Rua's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian hurried on with his remaining Sun True origin. Although his speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, it was not slow either. However, as his Sun True origin continued to deplete, his speed began to slow down. I hope the Devil Seal tombstone can catch up to Zhao Ji and kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only pray in his heart. In the distance, after Zhao Ji saw the Devil Seal tombstone had abandoned him, he fled as fast as he could. He did not dare to hold back at all. In the beginning, although he was running, he did not hear anything behind him. For this reason, he had a relieved expression on his face. However, When he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, horror dawned on him. The Devil Seal tombstone has caught up to me? While he was fleeing, Zhao Ji turned his head to look behind him. With just a glance, he saw something that looked like a black bolt of lightning charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was even faster than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. When Zhao Ji turned his head and saw the black bolt of lightning, a thought appeared in his mind. However, the black bolt of lightning had already arrived in front of him and was heading straight for his head. No! Zhao Ji only managed to cry out in grief before his body jolted and fell from the sky. Looking at his widened eyes, the spiritual light was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a dull and lifeless gaze. It was apparent Zhao Ji's soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally arrived. When he saw the Devil Seal tombstone hovering in the air and Zhao Ji who was lying on the ground, he sighed in relief. It's a good thing I didn't let Zhao Ji escape. Otherwise, wouldn't the news of me being Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire? The Devil Seal tombstone is one of the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even in the upper province, it's an extraordinary existence. If news of this spread out, even if I have the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody from the lower province would dare to snatch the Devil Seal tombstone from me. However, what about the upper province? Although the people from the lower province fear the Azure Cloud Mansion, the powerhouses from the upper province don't care about the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with Zhao Ji's death, everything had come to an end. The news of him being Duan Lingtian would not spread. At the very least, it would not spread for now. After killing Zhao Ji, Duan Lingtian rested for a while before continuing on his journey to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. At this time, Ji should have killed Lingtian by now, right? Since Zhao Deng was restrained by Qin Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, he could not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. He could only wait at home for news. Smack! All of a sudden, a clear sound resonated from nearby and attracted Zhao Deng's attention. Zhao Deng looked over and saw the 3 pearls enshrined on the table in the distance. The one on the right had shattered into pieces. Seeing this bead shatter, Zhao Deng's eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. Jeer! After a long while, he finally roared out loud. His voice was filled with anger and sorrow. That pearl belonged to his son, Zhao Ji, the Soul Pearl. The shattering of the Soul Pearl meant that Zhao Ji was killed and his soul was destroyed. Whoosh! Zhao Deng, who was filled with anger and sorrow, had completely forgotten about Qin Ping Sheng. He immediately flew out of the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Lingtian. He wanted to know how his son had died. However, Qin Ping Sheng did not know what Zhao Deng had gone through, so he directly stopped him. Palace Master Qin, my son has been killed. Don't tell me you're going to stop me from finding the murderer? Perhaps you're one of the accomplices in killing my son? Zhao Deng stared at Qin Ping Sheng with bloodshot eyes, causing Qin Ping Sheng to feel chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji has been killed? Qin Ping Sheng frowned. Do you think I'll lie to you about this? Palace Master Qin, you better think this through. If I lose the best time to find the murderer because of your obstruction, you'll become an accomplice as well. At that time, you'll have to answer to my father yourself. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he even mentioned his father, Zhao Jin. His tone was filled with anger and impatience. When Qin Ping Sheng heard this, he gasped. He could tell Zhao Deng did not seem to be lying. Due to this reason, he obediently moved aside. Since almost half of the 3 days had passed, Lingtian must have left the Mystical Sky Mansion. Even if Zhao Deng went after him, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. When Zhao Ji left the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he asked some of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. When he found out the direction Duan Lingtian and the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples at the intermediate refined saint stage and above had left, he immediately rushed over. He knew his son must have gone in that direction as well. Soon after, Zhao Deng encountered the group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan who were returning to the Mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately stopped them and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see Jie, Lord Vice Mansion Master?" The group of Zhao clan's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Zhao Deng. They nodded in response to his question. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, we met little junior brother earlier. However, little junior brother seemed to have used an escape Dao talisman and disappeared before our eyes." Many people said in unison, "Escape Dao talisman?" Zhao Deng frowned. However, when he extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation base of the group of Zhao clan's disciples, realization dawned on him. Chapter 1830. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to think his son had used an escape technique Dao talisman. Zhao Ji thought to himself, "As far as I know, all the powerhouses at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above from our Zhao clan who are not in closed-door cultivation in the mystical Sky Mansions estate have gone after Ling Tian. Why are all of you the only ones here? Where's Zhao Dong and the others?" Zhao Deng looked at the group of intermediate, eminent, saint stage mystical Sky Mansions disciples from the Zhao clan. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Dong and the other senior brothers at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage were killed by Ling Tian. Soon after, someone replied to Zhao Deng's question. "What?" Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as though he was struck by lightning. Zhao Dong was killed? Zhao Dong was a disciple from the Zhao clan who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking. Not long ago, he had even entered the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, he was killed by Ling Tian today. Ling Tian. Zhao Deng's eyes were burning with rage, as though it could burn everything. Ling Tian had actually killed Zhao Dong and the other Mastery Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan. This was undoubtedly destroying the foundation of the Zhao clan. Perhaps, Zhao Deng and the others were still unable to shoulder the burden of the Zhao clan. However, after a few decades, or even 100 years, the Zhao clan would have to rely on them. But now, Zhao Deng and the others had died before they even had the chance to grow. They had died in Ling Tian's hands. How could Zhao Deng not be furious? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten something. If Zhao Dong and the others did not go after Ling Tian would not have been so ruthless. Of course, not to mention that Zhao Deng had forgotten about this matter. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't think so. In his opinion, it was only right for the people from the Zhao clan to kill others, but it was wrong for others to kill the people from the Zhao clan. "When did all of you meet Jie?" Zhao Deng took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart as he looked at the disciples from the Zhao clan. He asked the group of mystical Sky Mansions disciples from the Zhao clan. After Ling Tian killed Zhao Deng and the others and left, little junior brother arrived. Someone was the first to respond. "You were there too?" Zhao Deng's face darkened. "Why didn't Ling Tian kill you?" "Maybe it's because we were too slow and didn't get close to him in time, so we didn't provoke him. Or maybe it's because he disdained to kill us." Many people smiled bitterly. Jie must have gone after Ling Tian. Could it be that he was killed by Ling Tian? Impossible. That Ling Tian is merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It's impossible for him to kill Jie. Zhao Deng had thousands of thoughts in his mind. At the same time, he moved in the direction that Duan Ling Tian had left. He was certain that his son had gone after that Ling Tian. Therefore, if he wanted to find clues about his son's murder, he had to take this route. Vice Mansion Master's expression doesn't look too good. The group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other when they saw Zhao Deng leaving in such a hurry. They could see that Zhao Deng's expression was grave, and he seemed to have encountered something urgent. "Don't tell me something happened to little junior brother?" It was unknown who said this, but the entire crowd fell silent again. That's possible. Many people agreed after a few moments. However, no matter what, this was only their speculation. For this reason, they quickly stopped discussing this matter. If news of their speculation spread out and reached the ears of the Vice Mansion Master or the Guardian, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Zhao Deng carefully searched everywhere he passed by. Soon after, he discovered the bodies of Zhao Dong and the others. Although he had heard that Zhao Dong and the others had been killed by Ling Tian, when he saw the corpses of Zhao Dong and the others, Zhao Deng was filled with anger again. Ling Tian, our Zhao family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. I, Zhao Deng, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was bound to not be able to hear his hysteria. Even if he heard it, Duan Ling Tian would only snort in disdain. Irreconcilable? Could it be that the Zhao clan was not irreconcilable with him before this? If that was not the case, why would so many people from the Zhao clan try so hard to kill him? Since he was in a hurry to find out the cause of his son's death and the culprit who killed his son, he took a few more glances at Zhao Dong and the others' bodies before he stepped into the air again and continued to move forward. Not long after, he found a corpse. Who's this woman? The body Zhao Deng discovered belonged to Ouyang Ruo. To be more precise, it was Ouyang Ruo who was killed by the Devil Seal tablet. However, Zhao Deng did not recognize her. Although Zhao Deng did not know Ouyang Ruo, he still checked her body. After checking her body, he could not help but gasp. There's no external injury on her body at all. It seems like she was killed by a soul attack. The person who killed her must be a powerhouse who mainly cultivates divine consciousness attacks. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, whether it was martial or Dao cultivators, there were a small number of people who mainly cultivated divine consciousness attacks. When these people attacked with their divine consciousness, they would usually be able to catch their opponents off guard and kill them without leaving a trace. After all, it was the body of a woman he did not know. Zhao Deng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. In the end, he really found some traces. Traces of Zhao Ji running for his life. Naturally, Zhao Deng only found some traces. He did not know they were traces of his son running for his life. However, he still followed the traces. An hour later, Zhao Deng found Zhao Ji's body. Although he had killed many people before, his eyes still turned red when he saw his son's body. Jier, who's that? Who killed you? At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost his mind. As time passed by, Zhao Deng seemed to know it was useless for him to continue acting like this. He began to calm down and observe his son's body. As soon as he began to observe, he found some clues. He discovered there were no external injuries on Zhao Ji's body at all. There were not even any bruises on his body. Ji doesn't have any external injuries as well. He must have died from his soul being destroyed. Don't tell me he was killed by the same person as the woman I saw who died a long time ago. Who's the person who killed my son? Zhao Deng was about to go crazy when he realized the clues stopped here. He tried his best to search for traces in his surroundings, but he did not find anything. With Jier's speed, he must have caught up with Ling Tian before he came here. However, up until now, I still haven't found Ling Tian's body. I'll head in the direction Ling Tian went after he left the mystical sky mansion. Perhaps I'll be able to find some clues. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he decided to continue chasing after Ling Tian. Naturally, he had also stored Zhao Ji's body in his spatial ring for safekeeping. At this moment, apart from sadness, there was only anger on his face. It was an uncontrollable anger. Due to Zhao Ji's death, Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion. After he collected Zhao Ji's body, he continued to chase after Ling Tian in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was making his way to the Azure Cloud Mansion, was unaware of all this. Although he was unaware, he was still very careful. After he killed Zhao Ji, he changed into a set of gray robes. Not only that, but his appearance had also undergone a drastic change with the help of the disguising secret tactic. It was so ordinary that it could not be any more ordinary. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, was standing in front of him, she might not be able to recognize him, let alone other people. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling behind him. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. It was obvious it was a powerhouse who was traveling. What a fast speed. This person's cultivation base must be at the Mastery Divine Saint stage at least. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he did not turn around and continued to travel. Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a loud shout behind him. Then, he felt as though he was being targeted by someone. Zhao Deng? Duan Lingtian instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not surprised by Zhao Deng's appearance, since he had already killed Zhao Ji. As long as Zhao Ji left a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng would definitely find out about Zhao Ji's death and leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after him. As for the powerhouse whom Gu Li had hired to stop Zhao Deng, he might help Gu Li for the sake of Gu Li's father, Gu Xiaiyun. However, it was impossible for him to offend the other guardian, Zhao Jin. After learning that Zhao Jin's most beloved grandson, Zhao Ji, had been killed, how would he dare to stop Zhao Deng? Duan Lingtian was not surprised when Zhao Deng called out his name. Although he had disguised himself, his back remained the same. It was still the same as before. Just by looking at his back, he was still him. "Senior, are you talking to me?" Duan Lingtian asked, feigning ignorance as he turned around and looked at Zhao Deng, who was staring at him with a burning gaze. He had a confused expression on his face. When Zhao Deng saw Duan Lingtian's ordinary face, he could not help but frown. How was this possible? How could this person who had the same back as Ling Tian have a different face? To be more precise, how could he not be Ling Tian? Zhao Deng extended his divine consciousness and discovered there were no traces of disguise on Zhao Deng's face. He was greatly disappointed. However, Zhao Deng completely ignored Duan Lingtian, who had disguised himself and feigned ignorance. With just a flash, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His back was also drenched in sweat. It's a good thing I know the disguising secret tactic that can't be detected by divine consciousness. Otherwise, I would have died today. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. Let's continue on our journey. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion in a few days. Chapter 1831. Zhao Deng searched for a few days, but he did not find any clues about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts at all. In the end, he could only return helplessly. I hope father won't come back so soon. Otherwise, I don't know how to tell him about this. He dotes on Ji to the point of spoiling him. If he finds out Ji is dead, he won't be able to accept it. Zhao Deng prayed inwardly as he made his way back. However, this was only his wishful thinking. When he returned, he discovered his father was already back. "I heard Ji is back? Where is he?" This was the first thing Zhao Jin said when he saw Zhao Deng. Plop. Upon hearing Zhao Jin's words, Zhao Deng kneeled in front of Zhao Jin with a distressed expression on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Father, Ji is dead." Boom. Zhao Deng's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Zhao Jin's ears. His eyes widened as horror dawned on him. Then, he looked at Zhao Deng and asked sternly, "What happened? I've only left not long ago. How did this happen?" "Father, it's like this." Following that, Zhao Deng began to tell Zhao Jin everything that had happened. He told Zhao Jin about how he had obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and how his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. When Zhao Jin found out his grandson had entered the early divine saint stage before the age of 40, he should have been overjoyed. However, before he could rejoice, he found out his grandson, who had such a great fortuitous encounter, was dead. His soul was destroyed by a divine consciousness attack. At some point, Zhao Deng took out Zhao Ji's body. Tears streamed down Zhao Jin's face as he looked at Zhao Ji's body. He gently caressed Zhao Ji's face before his gaze turned cold. So, even if Ji wasn't killed by Ling Tian, he was indirectly killed by him? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded and said angrily, if it wasn't for Ling Tian leaving the mystical sky mansion, Ji wouldn't have chased after him. If Ji didn't chase after him, he wouldn't have died. For this reason, Ling Tian is an indirect accomplice in Ji death. Is there a possibility that the Gu clan fellow also found an expert skilled in divine sense attacks to protect Ling Tian as he left? That person used a divine sense attack to kill Ji. Zhao Jin guessed with a sullen face. That's possible. If not for Zhao Jin's reminder, Zhao Deng wouldn't have thought of this. Go. Follow me to find Gu Li. After Zhao Jin finished speaking, He brought Zhaoji along to look for Gu Li. Gu Li made use of Gu Xi Yun's connections to find a group of powerhouses to restrict the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. This was done to protect his friend. Zhao Jin couldn't do anything to him because of this, because the Zhao clan was in the wrong. However, if the person Gu Li hired to protect Ling Tian killed his grandson, then it would be a completely different matter. However, when they looked for Gu Li denied it. I only found someone to restrict the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. I didn't find a powerhouse skilled in Divine Sense attacks to protect junior brother Ling Tian. When junior brother Ling Tian left, he was alone. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. After Gu Li swore on the lightning penalty oath, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng finally realized they had guessed wrongly. Gu Li did not find anyone to protect Ling Tian. Then, who was the person who killed their grandson and son? After Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, Gu Xi Yun could not help but sigh. I can't believe Zhao Ji actually died outside. However, what's a refined saint stage martial cultivator like him doing? Is he going to hunt little Tian down? Hermph. With his strength, he's just seeking death if he chased after junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li snorted coldly and said disdainfully, in my opinion, Gu Li must have died in the hands of junior brother Ling Tian. I don't think it's little Tian. Earlier, they also said Gu Li was killed by a powerhouse skilled in Divine Sense attacks. There were no external injuries on his body at all. As far as I know, little Tian isn't skilled in Divine Sense attacks. Gu Xi shook his head. He had a different opinion. No matter what, Zhao Ji deserved to die. Now that he's dead, there's one less disaster in the mystical sky mansion. Gu Li said nonchalantly. Not only did he not sympathize with Zhao Ji's death, but he even took pleasure in his misfortune. Li it's fine if you say these words here, but if word of this spreads out, I'm afraid Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng won't let this matter rest. To them, Zhao Ji is their lifeblood. Even if Zhao Deng finds another woman to give birth to his son, it'll take at least a few decades for him to become like Zhao Ji. Gu Xi Yun understood Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's feelings very well. If something had happened to Gu Li, he would definitely have reacted the same way as Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. In fact, he might have even lost his composure. Yes, father. Gu Li knew Gu Xi Yun was doing this for his own good, so he agreed without hesitation. Lear, where did little Tian go? Didn't he say he would go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with you, after you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage? Don't tell me he abandoned you and went to the upper province? Gu Xi Yun asked curiously. Currently, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng were not around. For this reason, Gu Li could tell his father everything he knew. However, he did not plan to reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian immediately. Instead, he decided to take things one step at a time. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's surname is not Ling. Isn't his name Ling Tian? Why is his surname not Ling? Gu Xi Yun was puzzled. Ling Tian is his name. As for his surname, father, can you guess what his surname is? When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he purposely asked, the world is so big, and there are so many surnames. How would I know what his surname is? Gu Xi Yun said snappily, all right, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, what's little Tian's surname? He has the same surname as the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li smiled. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ruffing? Little Tian's surname is Duan? Gu Xi Yun was a little surprised. In that case, his full name is not Ling Tian but Duan Ling Tian. Wait, no. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. However, I can't recall it at this moment. Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li reminded him in a timely manner. Devil Seal Tablet. Upon hearing Gu Li's reminder, the fog in Gu Xi Yun's mind cleared up, and he was suddenly enlightened. I remember now. That lucky kid who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet that caused a commotion back then was called Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe little Tian has the same name as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. This name is rare. Gu Xi Yun smiled. The reason he did not associate the Duan Ling Tian he was familiar with Duan Ling Tian was because he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not disguise himself. He had also seen the portrait of Duan Lingtian before. Although both of them were very handsome, they were two completely different people. Father, junior brother Lingtian is the Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Guli was speechless when he saw Gu Xiaiyun still had the wrong idea even after his reminder. What? Gu Xiaiyun was, naturally, taken aback by Gu Li's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. I've seen the portrait of Duan Lingtian with my own eyes. He's not the same person as little Tian. I'm certain little Tian didn't disguise himself, unless the portrait of Duan Lingtian was drawn after little Tian disguised himself. Guli sighed. He knew his father would not be able to figure it out if he did not explain. As for what he was going to tell Gu Xiaiyun, he had already asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. If he only told Gu Xiaiyun this, Duan Lingtian would not have any objections. As Guli explained, Gu Xiaiyun was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Li Feng, the monstrous genius who appeared briefly in the Rising Sky Mansions district, was not Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Instead, he was Duan Lingtian in disguise. As for Lingtian, he was also Duan Lingtian in disguise. Duan Lingtian's real appearance was exactly the same as the portrait that was circulated that year. Not only had Gu Xiaiyun seen it before, but he also had a portrait of Duan Lingtian in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Xiaiyun opened the portrait and looked at the handsome young man in it. He sighed emotionally. So this is little Tian's true appearance. However, little Tian's luck is really good. He was actually able to obtain the renowned Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings, the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet is a Super Saint weapon that's capable of restraining devil cultivators. Gu Xiaiyun's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Gu Li. You must remember not to tell anyone about little Tian's true identity. If news of this spreads out, he'll definitely become the target of everyone again. At that time, his enemy won't just be the Zhao clan, but the entire Debussy subterranean and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Gu Xiaiyun knew how tempting the Devil Seal tablet was. If it was not for the fact that he already regarded Duan Lingtian as one of his own, he would have thought of killing him to snatch the treasure away. This was because the temptation of the Devil Seal tablet was too great. I know. Gu Li nodded. I've only told you this after asking junior brother Lingtian's opinion. As for the others, I won't tell them before I get junior brother Lingtian's permission. That's good. Gu Xiaiyun nodded in satisfaction before he continued to ask, You haven't told me if little Tian left in a hurry and didn't wait for you. Did he go to the upper province first? No. Gu Li shook his head. He went to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for me, I stayed behind to inform you. In a few days, I'll also go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for junior brother Lingtian and leave the lower province with him to the upper province. Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he go to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Chapter 1832. Father, junior brother Lingtian has already decided to go to the upper province. Why is he joining the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? Gu Li was speechless when he heard Gu Xiaiyun's words. That's true. However, why is he going to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Xiaiyun nodded. Indeed, since he had already decided to head to the upper province, there was no need for that little fellow to join the Azure Cloud Mansion since it would not benefit him at all. The Azure Cloud Mansion is his home. What can he do when he returns? Of course, it's to reunite with his family. Gu Li sighed. What? Gu Xiaiyun's eyes widened. The Azure Cloud Mansion is little Tian's home? What do you mean by that? What's the relationship between little Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right either. If he's related to the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical Sky Mansion for no reason? Moreover, if he's really from the Azure Cloud Mansion, with his innate talent, he's definitely not someone who has no achievements. I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Gu Xiaiyun shook his head as he spoke. Father, do you still remember Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Li asked. Although Gu Xiaiyun did not know why his son suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. Of course I remember. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's also the only person in the history of the Debussy subterranean who came from the mortal continent to control a peak force. Then what if I said, junior brother Ling Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Guli asked again. What? Little Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Xiaiyun was instantly petrified. After a long while, he muttered in astonishment. When did the martial cultivators from the mortal continent become so abnormal? Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli continued. His words were like a heavy bomb, and Gu Xiaiyun was dumbstruck. He only regained his senses after a while, and looked at Guli in shock. Lear, is what you said true? Little Tian is the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion? Absolutely. Guli nodded. However, since he's the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion? Gu Xiaiyun could not figure it out. However, after Gu Li's explanation, he came to a realization. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Azure Cloud Mansion immediately after he arrived in the Dao Martial Saintland because he had lost the clue his father had left for him. It was only recently when he heard about some of the deeds of Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and his name that he was certain of it. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his father. He immediately rushed to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with his family. It's fortunate that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng didn't know about Little Tian's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on Little Tian even if they were given 100 guts. Gu Xiaiyun said as his eyes gleamed. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's identity is special, and it's not good to expose it. Not only is he the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but he's also the one who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. If news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spreads out, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to protect him. Even the powerhouses from the upper province will be attracted by the Devil Seal Tablet. Guli said with a worried expression on his face. That's right. The temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet is too great. Gu Xiaiyun nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Guli and continued to say, for this reason, it's all the more reason we can't expose Little Tian's background. Otherwise, what awaits him in the Azure Cloud Mansion is a disaster. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Understood, Guli said solemnly. On the other hand, after Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, they felt even more frustrated. Up until now, they still had no clue how their grandson and son had died. They had a lot of strength, but there was nothing they could do about it. If we want to find Jier's murderer, there's only one way to go now. Zhao Jin said in a deep voice. Father, are you referring to Ling Tian? Zhao Deng asked. That's right. Zhao Jin nodded before he continued to say, as far as I know, Ling Tian had made an appointment with that lad from Gu clan to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. However, he has left on his own. Although that lad from Gu clan has broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he still hasn't left with Ling Tian. I have a feeling that Ling Tian hasn't gone to the upper province yet. Moreover, based on what you said, he didn't leave in the direction of the upper province. Zhao Jin said in one breath. Father, where did Ling Tian go? Why don't we ask Guli about it? Zhao Deng said as his eyes flashed fiercely. Hermph, do you think Guli will tell you? Zhao Jin snorted coldly as he looked at Zhao Deng as though he was looking at an idiot. If it was someone else who looked at him like that, Zhao Deng would have long gone berserk. However, the person who looked at him like that was his father. Even if he was unhappy, he did not dare to show it. Father, what do you think we should do? Zhao Deng asked again. Keep an eye on that lad from Gu clan. He's the most important clue if we want to find Ling Tian. It's fine if he doesn't leave the mystical sky mansion. However, once he leaves, follow him and see if he's going to look for Ling Tian, Zhao Jin said. His eyes lit up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he secretly admired his father. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of what was happening in the mystical sky mansion. Currently, he had already arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located at the south of the Debussy subterranean. It was located above a vast and boundless lake. If one stood by the side of the lake, one would not be able to see the other side of the lake. It felt as though one was standing by the sea and looking at the endless ocean. This was the crouching dragon lake that surrounded the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The entire lake was like a divine dragon coiling around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. That was how the crouching dragon lake got its name. Azure Cloud Mansion. Mother, Tianer will be able to see you soon. Little Fayer, I'm here. I'm here to see you and our child. Father, I'm here. Outside the crouching dragon lake, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the crouching dragon lake. His emotions were surging. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down before he stepped into the air and entered the crouching dragon lake. The instant Duan Lingtian entered the crouching dragon lake, the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake suddenly began to ripple. In the end, a loud bang reverberated in the air. Bang, 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 bang. After the loud bang reverberated in the air, a series of loud bangs reverberated in the air. One after another, gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake, breaking the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake. Who's there? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate? At the same time, a thunderous voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the surface of the crouching dragon lake, 10 gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake. They rose into the air and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Wild beasts? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the 10 gigantic figures around him. He discovered they were 10 gigantic wild beasts. There was a black figure standing on the backs of these wild beasts. They were all soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions on their faces. These soldiers seemed to emit waves of coldness, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Black armored guards? During his journey here, Duan Lingtian had deliberately asked around about the Azure Cloud Mansion. He knew the black armored guards were the most elite guards in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The weakest black armored guards were at the early Eminent Saint stage. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only those who were at the early Eminent Saint stage and above were qualified to become a black armored guard. Due to the fact that the black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only 1,000 of them. They were collectively known as the Black Armored Army. It was said that the Black Armored Army of the Azure Cloud Mansion consisted of 1 Chiliarch, 10 Centurions, and 100 Decurions. The Chiliarch was also the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was one of the exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The 10 Centurions below him were all at the Mastery Divine Saint stage, or the peak of the Divine Saint stage. As for the 100 Decurions, the weakest one was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. No wonder people say the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market are much stronger than the other quasi-third-rate forces. Put aside the Mountain Shade Black Market, just the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion alone is far from what the Mystical Sky Mansion can compare to. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, there are 10 Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouses, and even those at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. The commander of the Black Armored Army is even an exemplary Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. However, this force that shocked him was the force under his father's command. It has only been 20 years since my cheapskate father disappeared and reappeared on Cloud Continent. In just 20 years, not only did he make a name for himself in the Debussy subterranean, but he even became the new mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he also led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top force in the lower province that's comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how his cheapskate father managed to achieve this in such a short time. If it was him, he would not have been able to do it. Leave the crouching dragon lake in 10 breaths. Otherwise, die. One of the 10 black armored guards said coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring them. He was riding on a wild beast when he emerged from the crouching dragon lake. The one who spoke just now was also this person. He was clearly the leader of the dozen or so black armored guards. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye and instantly probed his cultivation base. It was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It seems like he's a Decurion. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Decurion, the reason I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion is to see Mansion Master Duan. Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity and say he was their young Mansion Master. He only said he wanted to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Who are you? Why do you want to see our Lord Mansion Master? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.